that you live in is zoned industrial.
Yep.
Hotels are considered-
Good evening, everyone. It is now 5:30, and I will call our
And I didn't mean to do that.
work session to order. This is the Burnsville City Council work session, and our work sessions are very informal. We do have some folks on Zoom, and we have folks in the audience. So let's go around the table and introduce everyone. So I'm going to start with Jenny.
Oh, hi, everyone. I'm Jenny Faulkner, the Community Development Director for the city.
Okay.
Should we go my way? Hi, Krista Bartholomew, Human Resources Director.
Ryan Peterson, Public Works Director.
Dan Keeley, City Council.
Kara Schultz, City Council.
Elizabeth Couts, Mayor.
Michelle Collins, City Clerk.
Dan Gustafson, City Council.
Greg Lindberg, Interim City Manager.
And we'll go to the seat.
Alan Chesky, Lockridge, Grindal, Nauen, one of the lobbyists for the city of Burnsville.
I am Jeff McMiniman with Damon Farber Landscape Architects, here tonight to talk about the part of the city.
Okay,
Regina Dean, Assistant Community Development Director for the city.
very good.
Dan Dozer, City Engineer.
Steve Hutton, Short Elliott Henderson.
Well, welcome, everybody. Our first item, our work sessions are informal and we go directly to our agenda. And just to let everybody know, our meetings are both in person and online. So you can access our meetings by going to burnsvillemn.gov/meetings or watch us on Comcast 16 or 859. You can also participate on Zoom, and that is by joining us on zoom.us/join or by calling 651-372-8299. So welcome, everyone. And the first item on the agenda is our legislative update. And that, Jenny, I'm going to have you introduce Ann Lancheski.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. As you know, we engaged LGN 2.5 years ago, maybe 3 years ago now, and they've done some wonderful things for us down at the Capitol. We've had some wins, so we're very appreciative of their work. Ann Lancheski is our main lobbyist, and then we have Cullen joining us via Zoom, and the two of them are going to kick off kind of where we're at right now with the legislative session. I've put in the background your legislative priorities, and so they're going to just highlight how that folds into what's going on at the Capitol, and then answer any general questions that you have. So with that, I'll ask Ann to join us, and then we'll get started. Thank you.
Thank you. And welcome, Ann and Cullen. It's good to see you both. And
Great
Cullen,
to see you. Great to see you, Mayor.
so welcome. Okay. And the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. It's really great to be with you in person, and Mr. Manager and Jenny and the whole crew. So yes, Cullen's there, and I think he's actually going to start us off, but I wanted to say it's been such an honor to work with all of you. It was great to see the our work on the TIF district actually get a little press too. And I can tell you, I had a recent meeting with Senator Ann Rest, and she couldn't stop crowing about how great that TIF district was. And I think the mayor knows well, that's not where we started with that particular project. So as Jenny said, it's been really an honor to work with Jenny and your team to have some successes at the Capitol. So we're thrilled to be here with you tonight. And I think Cullen was going to cover the session, if that's okay with you, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, but first of all, I want to just let everybody know how much of a privilege it is to be working with you and Cullen. I mean, if people don't know, Ann Lancheski is well respected at the legislature. The work that she has done in the House, and she has always been appointed and elected to chair the tax committee. And we really went through some things, but we did get Minnesota River Quadrant, and then helped us with the shopping center, and also the work. I have known Cullen for a long time with Senator Coleman, and before that when he was at St. Paul as mayor. So it's been a long journey, and I have just admired the work that you two have done, and you two have brought great wins to Burnsville since we engaged you. So thank you so much. And the other thing is that you're respected at the Capitol. They all know that you know their side of the work behind the scenes.
Well, you're so kind. We are so honored to work with you, and the mayor has very kindly not letting me forget that we started out on the opposite sides of the issue, and she wore me down. So it's been great. And really, honestly, Colin and I love that we're a bipartisan team, and we think that's a huge strength for all of you, that we have access to everyone in all 4 caucuses in the governor's office. So we bring who we really are, but we understand the process, and we work in a nonpartisan way so that local governments can succeed at the Capitol. So
But
it's really
even
been an
before
honor.
all of that, when she was at the Bloomington City Council, Ann and I and Greg and others were at NLC, and where we
Yes.
met Dr. John Carver. And so we teamed up together and brought John Carver to help us and Bloomington and others. And we went straight ahead, and they
She
sort
beat
of
me there.
dragged their
She
feet.
beat me there too, Madam Mayor. She got Burnsville City Council to go much further than I got Bloomington City Council to go. My city at the time wasn't as brave as Burnsville was, so, but it was an honor.
Yeah. Well, thank you for everything. So Cullen, you have the
Yeah.
floor.
I will jump in. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, and Ann. At the Capitol, we are in the thick of what we call deadline weeks. Last Friday was first deadline. So all legislative policy related bills needed to be heard in either the House or the Senate and make it to the floor, or a finance.
We can't hear some.
We can hear you, just not that loud.
Yeah, I don't know if the control room can give us some more volume so we can hear Cullen.
Switching to earbuds, I see.
It's turned up now. Okay,
Does
Cullen.
that help at all?
Yeah,
Does that help?
much better.
Technology, we love it. So as I was saying, Mayor and Council members, we are in the thick of deadline weeks at the Capitol. It is, I would say, the second busiest time of any legislative session, arguably the first. But last Friday was first deadline, so policy-related bills needed to be heard and passed to the floor of either the House or the Senate to stay alive and or make it to a finance committee, Ways and Means or Finance, or another finance-related committee. This week is second deadline, and so the opposite is true. If you made it in the House, you also need to move forward in the Senate, or vice versa. And so there is quite intense committee hearings occurring from 8 a.m. until sometimes 8 p.m. in the evening and beyond. And then next week is third deadline, and that's where all finance bills need to make it either to Ways and Means or the Finance Committee in the Senate or to the floor. And as we speak, committees are putting together their omnibus bills. We've seen the first few get rolled out yesterday and today, and we'll see more rolled out as we get into the week. Public safety, transportation, et cetera. The committees are putting together their giant omnibus bills in hopes of moving forward and passing something, coming to some resolution at the end of session. The biggest issue unresolved, and I think will remain the biggest issue until the end of session, is the debate about unemployment insurance benefit repayment by the state versus frontline worker pay. The governor and the Senate Republicans are in agreement on repaying the unemployment insurance trust fund, so businesses do not have to foot that bill. That is to the tune of over $2 billion. House Democrats also agree that we should repay at least a portion of that, but they are unwilling to move that bill forward if Senate Republicans do not pass a bill to give bonuses to frontline workers, the people, nurses, et cetera, who had to work all throughout the COVID shutdown phase of the past 2 years. And they have not been able to come to an agreement either on a dollar amount. Senate Republicans would like that to be about $250 million. The House Democrats would like that to be $1 billion or more. But they also can't agree on who should receive frontline worker pay. Senate Republicans would like to see that pool be much smaller and that people receive larger bonuses of roughly $1,000 or more. House Democrats have been advocating for a much larger pool of people that would receive smaller amounts of money, but Of course, they want $1 billion. Senate Republicans want $250 million. So all of that has to be worked out. They did not meet their March 15th deadline to resolve that issue. House Democrats believe that the deadline is April 30th. I suspect that they won't meet that deadline either, and that will shape up to be an end of session, that third week of May debate in order to resolve a plethora of issues and see if they can get out of here with any sort of a deal. Other issues that are going to come up beyond those two, a bonding bill. It is a bonding year, although every year seems to be a bonding year. It's their way of getting out by doling out projects and transportation projects to districts. The governor has introduced a bonding bill of over $2 billion, which by far and away would be the largest one in state history. I suspect the House and the Senate will both have bonding bills somewhere in the $1 billion to $1.5 billion range. And if they come to a global agreement at the end, and if they're able to close out session with anything, I do believe there will be a bonding bill as a part of that. Other issues will percolate, but I would say that the third probably issue on this list in terms of priority for legislators is the public safety debate. And much like unemployment insurance and the frontline worker pay, there is a vast divide between what House Democrats would like to see happen. They've introduced a $150 million package that they rolled out or updated last week. Senate Republicans are in the range of about $60 million, but when you dig into the details of both, they're not even close on policy-related provisions. The governor did announce earlier in the year a $300 million package, but I think is waiting to see what ultimately comes out from the House and the Senate. So as we head into second deadline this Friday, third deadline next Friday, and then legislators will head into Easter Passover recess, things will die down a bit, but when they come back in April, it's going to be a lot of behind the scenes negotiations with the four leaders and the governor and the committee chairs of respective committees with the hope of trying to finalize a deal by their mandated deadline of May 23rd. And because it's an election year and because there have been new districts drawn and many new voters that legislators have to meet, I don't expect that there will be a consequential or significant special session. If there is, it's because they didn't get a deal done until midnight on the 22nd, and they need an extra day to process everything. But I do expect that they will finish on time and that there will be some level of a deal. I would be surprised if they spent all $9 billion in surplus, but I won't be surprised if they end up spending a significant amount of that in addition to a relatively significant bonding bill as well. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ann to talk specific details.
Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think we just talking to the manager Lindberg and to Jenny, we wanted to just cover some of the things that you've had us working on and just give you an update on where we're at with those things. And so, I thought I'd start with landfills. Obviously, this is a huge issue for us. Really quiet. I think you all recall that last year, the MPCA was not willing to forward what your legislators carried, which really was money not for Burnsville, which we constantly remind people.
Yeah.
It's money for the MPCA to do dig and haul. And so, I think your legislators did a great job of carrying that legislation forward, but MPCA was not ready to pursue it and instead wanted legislation to gain access, which they received. And they have said this is their last thing they need and are beginning that process. And I think you are all aware of things that are happening, litigation, all kinds of things related to this. So we're in a holding pattern in 22 on that issue, but preparing for 23 when we can actually really make the play to Governor Walz or another governor, depends what happens, that they really need to come forward and fight for that money for that facility for the MPCA. For the first time ever, I think it's because of our good work here. We saw the MPCA actually ask for it in their agency request, which they've never done before. And they didn't ask for 15 million or 60 million or 90 million. They asked for, I think, 165. So they're actually putting a real number on the price. And that is big progress. I mean, I feel like
Huge.
it, yes, but it is.
Huge.
It really
progress.
is. So it's really acknowledging that a future legislature is going to have to solve this, and it's going to be expensive, and it's the state's responsibility. So I think those are all really good signs, and they come from lots of conversations that all of us have had here with various people. There's been a few other pieces of landfill legislation that we monitored and turned out to be nothing. One was Senator Howe was looking for a cleanup for an area in his district, but also I had reached out to your team and asked them about a landfill bill that Representative Detmer was carrying that said you can't have a school within a quarter mile, and that turned, wanted to make sure it worked for you guys and it doesn't affect you guys. So that was good. But those small landfills unrelated to you bills are moving through the process. One of the other things that was queued up for us to talk about tonight, and your chief here, he knows this much better than anybody in the room, which is the EMS primacy or primary service area. And just a little background on that. So chief and fire service went to the office of the legislative auditor and asked that the auditor take a look at this issue, and they did, and it was a pretty damning study that came out. The legislature is chewing through it right now, and many problems are emerging because of that review by the objective independent state auditor, not state auditor, legislative auditor, there's two. And so now we're going to see what legislators are going to do about that. I mean, they've really been, you can see now that not only is the organization not being run very well, and there's been a lot of problems, but you really can't make sense of who's getting what service, why, and when, and how. And so Chief Jungman and his allies are all in the thick of that. And so lots of great things are happening there in the House and Senate, and lots of legislators very eager to work on that. Cullen, I think, covered, the public safety debate fairly well, which I think is relevant for you
Is this
all.
going to have any movement then? The primary service area, any movement this year?
I don't think so. I think we have some legislators on both sides who want to help as soon as they can, but I think people don't know what the answer is yet. And so I think
Okay.
until
It'll be
people like
next
Chief
year.
Jungman are brought to the table to help solve this, I think there's just not enough time to get a great solution. And I think folks are going to need to work on that with experts who begin to unpack it. I mean, I think the Office of the Legislative Auditor said it was one of the worst studies that's not the word they use, but they said it had the most objections that they've seen in many things they've reviewed. So it sort of calls all legislators to do something about it on both sides of the aisle. So it's been a nonpartisan issue, but now people are paying attention. So I think that'll be next year. Cullen covered public safety a bit. We can go more into that, but I think it does matter to all of you, because if there's a deal somehow, I think you're going to get some money from that. Like, do we know what that is? I don't know. I mean, the governor's saying 300 million, and he has 100 like in a local government aid program that every city would get. It wouldn't be like Burnsville would be left. It would be anybody with one police officer or more would be a recipient. And then, of course, the Democrats, Cullen was being nice. The Democrats have a proposal, but they actually have a couple proposals. Instead, they're not really speaking with one voice. So the House and Senate Democrats are kind of pushing different things. And so there's just a lot of discussion about what that'll all be. And then, of course, the Senate has, reforms in with their 60 million too. So I think we're going to see a lot of discussion. If I had to predict on that one, I don't know how they're going to get to a resolution, because it's just such a political issue right now, particularly in the suburbs. I think people kind of feel that both sides of the aisle are trying to win on that issue. So not sure. And then, also wanted to mention just the local control issue as it relates to housing.
Yeah.
I think you're all following this. It's sort of housing first, which is now, they're formerly the builders, but now kind of housing first versus the cities. Kind of, these are broad ways to sketch out what's going on, but, relatively it's kind of lining up like that. And so you're seeing Representative Elkins in Bloomington as one of the legislators who's working with the Senate Housing Chair, Senator Draheim, to sort of cut the baby in half between the two entities by saying, hey, cities, we'll give you some tools over here that you wanted for a long time, but we're going to take away your zoning powers and some other things that you want. And of course, the cities are very upset about this, right? And there's been many hearings on both sides. I don't think that one's going to go anywhere either. I think in a bipartisan way, local governments have come together to say, like, hey, we know you have the authority to take these powers away from us, but we're doing just fine, and here's why. And I feel that for a while there was a lot of momentum, but it seems like it's going down. And the housing chair has not been supportive, and she's really the one in charge. Senator Draheim, who has been the author on the Senate side, who is the housing chair, if he really thought this was going to happen, it would have been in his omnibus bill that was released last night, and it's not in there. So I think that is a huge success for communities trying to stop some of these efforts to cut a line between the two groups. So I think it's probably not going to happen anything this year, which I think is what Burnsville will want.
Our
So
MLC mayors met with the governor yesterday on this issue
great.
and housing, and he's with us because he says cities know best what to do, and the local control should stay with cities. And so he was with cities.
Well, good. Yeah, it feels like the steam has started to let out of it. And then the last thing I'd say, and I hope we can just talk about anything you want to, any of the things I've raised or anything else is, it is a big bonding year, as Colin said. We're probably going to break, if there's a bill, we're going to break a record. We broke a record last time, and I think we're going to break a new record. And, it occurs to Colin and I as people who, we feel like we should advise you on this, that you should be in that arena. And you're not. And we just kind of want to put that out there, not for 22, because that ship has really sailed. We're 2 weeks to adjournment, or 2 months to adjournment. There's a bonding process whereby, you go through the local government process and you apply through MMB, you fill out your stuff. Then what we do as your lobbyists is we want to get the House and Senate to tour your thing. And we want to convince those, and there's going to be for sure one new bonding chair next year because Senator Bach's retiring. So there'll be a new Senate bonding chair, and then there's going to be, maybe Representative Fooley, but maybe somebody new, we don't know. And we want to get them out here to learn what you're looking for and kind of get that whole process happening before a bonding bill happens again. So it's a longer process than people realize. And I think you're one of the biggest cities in the state of Minnesota who doesn't have a bonding project before the legislature. So, we just encourage you to think about that. People who are very conservative will say, I don't want to add to the spending over there, but the problem is your constituents are paying for the bill anyhow.
Yeah.
For everybody
That's right.
else, right? So if you look at your peer communities about your size, they have pretty big asks in front of the Minnesota legislature, and just something to think about. We can certainly help you think through that. I mean, you're generally looking for regional facilities. Things that, you don't get to just say, hey, build our things that we're supposed to do as a city council, but you have all kinds of things in this community that are used by a lot more people than the people of Burnsville that need to be restored or renewed, or, it can be regional park systems. It can be renewing your facilities, community centers, regional training facilities, like thinking through. And we've had some discussions with manager about your capital improvement list in front of yourself. It's not like creating things to spend money, but if you have to do things that you say, hey, 50% of the people who use this stuff don't even live here, you really should be asking the legislature to contribute to that, because they really should. These are regional facilities that are used, like when you visit all the places you go in your life, you don't just stay in Burnsville. I mean, I'm certain you go to other communities and do things. So we just wish you would think about that a little bit, because to miss the next cycle, I think, with a city with this population and contributing this much, I mean, you're a giver to fiscal disparities, you don't get local government aid, you're kind of on the losing end.
Yeah.
And to
If we
not
don't
kind of get
use-
something coming back, we always try to tell legislators it's okay to give the suburbs something every once in a while, since they pay for it year after year after year. After year. So just hope you will think about that.
Yes.
Going forward and just making a pitch on that. So that's kind of what we had for you, and open to talk about anything you want.
Okay, Dan, Kay?
Well, thanks for bringing that up, Ms. Linchevsky, and appreciate Mr. Sheehan presenting tonight and giving us an update. It's when I think of bonding, going back to when I was elected in 2007, we have wanted a pedestrian bridge over a state highway for the safety of our high school kids. And I'm a little shocked to think that you presented, why aren't you, or you should be thinking of things that other people use. In this case, people within the city of Burnsville use it, but it's crossing a highway that the state controls and is made fairly large. And it's a very high-speed highway. And there's to me, on the safety merits alone of our kids going to school across the state highway, that bridge should have been on a bonding list years ago.
Yep.
Like years ago. Now we have another one that we would like, that we've always asked for across 13 at Nicollet, but that's being resolved with a new intersection project that will provide a safe crossing. But at the high school across 13, I live in that area and I see kids all the time clustered on one side trying to get across. And yes, there's a crosswalk, but when you're trying to cross a highway with cars traveling at
50.
much better than the speed limit most of the time. I mean, more like, I don't know what the speed limit is, 50? Yeah. 55, yeah. It's more like 65 and 70 mile per hour cars flying by. It's really intimidating. And so that would be one that I think we should have advocated for a long time ago with through a bonding bill, is to cross a state highway, which we don't have control of, right? So
The council was never open to that, to going to the state and getting a bonding. But I think we are at a place where we need to utilize a tool and methodology that is available to us and that we have never used. And to Ann's point, we're paying for it anyway. So we might as well have money come back to us. And get
yeah,
the
and it's
things
a
that
bridge
we
over
need.
a state highway. It's not over one of our streets, right?
That's right.
We would be responsible for that. This is going over a very large highway with very fast cars and trucks. It's a huge truck route. It's really, to me, surprising that today we sit here and we have nothing in place. And we've known about it for a long time. I don't remember ever voting against it. If I did on record, it's beyond, I honestly don't remember. I don't know that we've ever talked in context about going after a bonding bill to put a bridge there, but we should have been.
We had, Ann, and you can remind me when we had the legislators come down to Burnsville when we were doing the heart of the city, and you came with that, and we were looking to get some help with the heart of the city and also the Performing Arts Center, because it was a regional asset. It's not, it was going to serve the region.
Right. And I think it helps you to think of something that's a regional asset to your area that isn't the landfill.
Yeah.
Because what happens is legislators think that 180 or whatever we end up asking for is for you. And that's not accurate. It's for the MPCA.
Yeah.
And we want to delineate that all the time. So for, I can give you a parallel city as an example. The city of Blaine does have legislative bonding requests in front of the legislature. And they are constantly fighting that when people give the National Sports Center money for soccer fields, they think that's for Blaine. And they have to go back and say,
No.
that's great. Thank you for giving them that. That wasn't for Blaine.
Yeah.
The city of Blaine needs a different thing. And I think that's something that gets harder if you don't have something in play. People feel that the landfill money is for you, when it's really will never be received by the city of Burnsville.
Because I think if we talk to Jenny and Ryan and Greg, our city manager, about projects that we could go after, is the tunnel from the south side to the north side on Aldridge at the shopping center village. That's a regional project. And that's a capital project. But I think there's other things that we can be looking at. Ryan?
No one asked me, but
Oh.
if you were to ask me.
Of course. We all agreed that we're all in this together, right?
That's true.
Okay.
And that's been replacing the 13 bridge and the Cliff Bridge over 35 in 2025. They don't have the money in there for the Burnsville Parkway Bridge. And that
Oh,
needs
that's
to
right.
be expanded for better walking paths and in transit. We'll be talking about HOC Framework coming up here in a little bit. That's a major blockage to expanding to the west, the heart of the city, into that part of the city, or TOD District 3.
So, members of the council, I'd like for us to direct staff to work with our legislative lobbyist to look at what is there within our capital projects and other projects that will help us with a bonding ask for 23. Do I have, yeah, Jenny?
Madam Mayor, I was going to throw out one of my ideas too, as we're sitting here. I go back to the water treatment plant and recall that the state did help pay for half of that partnership with KMM.
Yes,
And if we're looking at doing improvements to that or expansions.
that was
maybe we go back to the state.
2009, I believe, when we did KMM, Savage, and us.
Might have even been prior to that, but I think of that where we did get some state money and maybe they would be willing to reinvest or continue that investment with some improvements as an idea.
But this is why I'm asking the council, if there is no objection, I would like for us to direct staff to begin that work with Ann and Cullen.
Absolutely. I think I was operating under the assumption that the city staff, going back years and years and years, worked with our lobbyist on.
We didn't have a lobbyist.
Well, we did, sort of. We had somebody.
We did sort of after, with regard to what happened with the landfill and all of that, then we got a lobbyist, and so
We haven't
needed-
had anybody as talented as the two
That's
dynamic
what we
duo
have,
that we
yeah.
have today, clearly.
Yes, so if without objection, I
You
would
look at
like.
their success history last year alone. Of course,
Yeah.
we expect them to hit 2 out of 3 every year from now on, because you set the bar yourself.
We want to.
Yeah. Okay, so Dan, you're in directing staff?
Absolutely, and I like Ms. Faulkner's idea. Water treatment plant really falls under that federal
Yeah.
infrastructure bill as well, but
Yeah.
the state, who knows where that's all going to come out and go, but a bonding request for a water treatment plant seems logical, as
Yeah.
well as some transportation and a bridge and a few other things.
And we can work however with, Greg and Jenny to think through, and Ryan, because another thing to Councilman Keely's point, federal money is going to be coming in for transportation too.
Yeah.
And it's rolling in over 5 years. So some of the, like the Burnsville Parkway issue, there's this, the legislature this year needs to pass the match, which is 20%, which is 300 million just for the transpo bill.
Yeah.
And we're going to see that money roll in. MnDOT doesn't have it yet, but when it does, more of these transportation projects are going to clear through,
Yeah.
which will allow for more. And sometimes they're carried in the bonding bill and
Yeah.
sometimes they're carried in the transportation bill, but it's the same thing. You're either asking for trunk highway bonds or geo bonds or both.
Yeah.
And that's certainly another piece to look at.
And I was on a Zoom meeting with the EPA and some of the grants that's coming out on water and sewer and all of that. So all of that kind of money that's going to be, that's coming out, the infrastructure innovation jobs bill. Okay, Kara, you okay?
I am, and regarding the water treatment plant, we have been investigating what and if type of upgrade we need to do on that. To
Ryan.
decide if there's is it taste or is it?
Oh, that's that study. Yeah,
So
Ryan.
residents will be seeing in their water bill this month the link to go to a survey. So we're going to reach out to our residents this month. Stays open all the way through the end of May. And then we're trying to figure out what is the complaint that's we've been hearing. So it's going to be like 12 or 13 questions dialing into
Yeah.
what we've had. Then we'll have a much better idea of what type of improvement
Correction
would be
that, yeah.
necessary.
Yeah, so,
Yeah.
yeah, especially once we get that information, that seems like an appropriate
I agree with you 100%.
thing to look at.
Yep.
Okay. And you're okay? And I think what I'd like is for us to tell staff, direct staff to take a look at all of what is possible, working with Ann and Cullen, and say what will go through the legislature for 23. And then come back and tell us which ones are going to be the projects that Ann and Cullen are going to work on. Okay. Is there anything else, Greg, that I've missed in terms of direction?
No, Madam Mayor, Council, actually already asked the leadership team to think creatively about what capital projects might be ideas to put on the table, and we'll work with Ann and get back to the council with more discussion.
Okay. All right, there is no objection, so proceed. And thank you so much to you and Colin for bringing that to the table tonight and educate everybody about the value of going to the state for bonding bill.
Well, thank you. And of course, it's you will ultimately decide with the list that the manager, if you want to do that. And then we'll work to engage your legislators to make it their number one goal that they have to get done. And we'll work on the, to do that, whether it's with transportation chairs, bonding chairs, whoever. But, it's always worth a try. And the state should partner with a city like Burnsville with all that Burnsville's bringing to the state.
Yeah. Okay, good.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anything else? Well, Ann, Colin, and Jenny, thank you so much. I mean, let's go get them again.
It's an honor to work for you. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so
for having
much.
us.
And thank you for coming in
you.
this evening. And thank you, Colin. Always good
Thank
to
you all. Yeah, thank you, Mayor.
Bye-bye. The next item is the HOC Framework update, and presenting this evening is Jen Deserud, our city engineer, and Regina Dean, our Assistant Communications Development Director. So, Regina, are you two taking the lead on this?
I'll take the lead on this one.
Okay. Yeah, my background says that on the design framework, it's you and Jen. So, but you're taking the lead.
Yep. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. So I will kick things off, but Jen Deserud is behind me to help answer any questions that may possibly come up throughout this agenda item. With me to my right, is Jeff McMiniman. He is the consultant with Damon Farber. They've been leading the project for the city, and we've been working in great partnership with them. As you remember, this kicked off in June of 2021 with some main project goals in mind to conduct community engagement, complete a site inventory, review existing policies and maps and plans that we have on file, and to develop an updated framework. And then the next agenda item will go further and to talk about a special assessment policy and recommendations, which are kind of a result of this framework plan. And again, this is a refresh of the 1999 Heart of the City Design Framework. A lot of changes have happened since then. So we're really excited to showcase what we've been working on. We're certainly nearing the finish line. I think this is our third time before you as council. And what we're looking for at this meeting is direction from council to incorporate any feedback and any changes into a final document, which we hope to bring before you at an upcoming city council meeting. With that, I'll turn it over to Jeff. He'll run through the presentation. Certainly, if there's any questions, we can answer those along the way or at the end.
Okay, welcome, Jeff.
Thank
Good to
you,
see you
Madam
again.
Mayor,
Yeah,
council members. Good to be here tonight
yeah, in person, Jeff.
in person.
Yeah.
Yep. So what I'm going to do, let's see. Oh, there we go. I'm going to talk through, provide an overview of what we've been doing to date on the project. And I think the last time we had met was probably last fall. And at that time we had talked about, the importance of engaging with the community, and I'll give an overview of some of the work that we've been doing with the community. I'll provide just kind of an overview on existing conditions and the needs evaluation as well. We've pulled together a mission statement and updated that mission statement for the framework plan, and provided a new set of guiding principles that reflect some of the input we've received from the community, along with the needs evaluation, and then an overview too of recommendations. And I can pause at each one of those stages of the presentation if somebody wants to provide a comment or ask a question. So the last time we had met, we had talked about the importance of community engagement. And we've really been working with staff to conduct an inclusive and meaningful engagement process, which has included some community events. We attended the fire muster in September. We've also attended an open house on Nicollet Commons in September. We've conducted an online survey, and we've got some of the input we've received from that. That also included a geographic comment mapping exercise. We've conducted listening sessions with seniors in the community, with students, and we've conducted stakeholder interviews with local agencies and businesses and residences. And we've also recently submitted surveys to people who live in the district and received input from them as well on really the public spaces in the district. So this is a long document, the summary of it, but I'm just going to provide you with a few slides of it so you can see sort of a snapshot of some of the things we've been hearing from the community, the feedback we've received. So from the pop-up events, you can see that people really love living in Burnsville. They love Nicollet Commons. That for them, I think, is kind of the center, the heart of the city. And so we've received a lot of great comments from folks there. Through the online survey, we've started to develop, some of the key input we've received from the community are things like improving the pedestrian network, making things safer for folks in the district, providing, additional events, community events like you do now at the Nicollet Commons, increasing and enhancing walkability and bikeability in the district. The online survey also provided this mapping exercise, so people could provide comments about geographic locations, specific places that are in the district. And this is just sort of a snapshot of some of the input we've received from folks. Things like Nicollet Commons should have a farmer's market in it, or things like that, or upgrade the parking lots along Travelers Trail and add more lighting and trees. So things like that. Some of the general comments we've received through the entire engagement process are things like, how can we slow down traffic, make it more safe for people, focus on walkability, provide better wayfinding and orientation in the district, so I know where the parking supplies are at, things like that. And so these are some of the things that we have been hearing from people, and these are things that also have influenced the needs evaluation. So with that, I can stop if anyone has questions or comments on the engagement process.
Any thoughts? Councilmember Dan Keely.
Can you go back a couple slides? I think it's your second slide, maybe.
This one?
There was a, there. It says the top 3 activities or features for drawing more people. Is that from, because I saw sidewalk cafes, but the one that I took note is 74% street plaza festivals. Is that 74% of people felt that's what drew them there, or wanted more of that, or
Wanted more of that.
Yeah.
This is,
Yeah.
there were probably 12.5 questions in the survey that we had online. This is just a couple of the questions and some of the feedback we got. The summary document from the community engagement process will be included in full in the final report. Just given the time constraints tonight, we decided to, and all the material we have to go through, to just provide you with a few snapshots of the kind of.
Are those the top 3? The 80, 70?
Those are the top 3 for that question, like what kinds of activities or features would draw more people to the district. So in this case, they said sidewalk cafes, street and plaza festivals, and increased walkability or bikeability.
You know what's interesting? Those are the top 3 back in 1997, right? Did you see the original design framework? Sidewalk cafe, that's the reason why Jensen's put a cafe on the sidewalk, and we made it bigger, and we had them do all different signs. Street plaza festivals, that's why we started putting more and more festivals and plaza, and then walkability. Those are the
People are really interested in enhancing the walkability in the
Yeah.
district. There are some gaps in the sidewalk system that we'll look at tonight.
Yeah.
That we need to complete. There's also, some non-compliant, non-ADA compliant, sidewalks in the
Yeah.
districts and
Yeah.
trails that we need to look at improving, things like that.
I took note of this is current, right? This isn't the
Yeah.
1997 one, it's current, so it's the
This
same.
is current. That's why I'm saying it's still the same from
Yeah.
back then.
Sometimes I hear, I hear a lot of folks love the festivals and things that we have today. And I also hear, geez, how many do we have to have? And I think those are the people who are comparing to the benchmark of we hardly had any, maybe 10,
Yeah.
15 years ago. And now we have grown it to a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And some people aren't connecting with maybe the why, right? And that there is a lot of people that like it and want it, but are asking, why do we have so many, or do we need so many? And,
Yeah.
so not surprising, there's always going to be some that look through the lens of, well, I've lived here for 30 years and we didn't have anything, and now you've got way too many. Right? But what's the point of reference? And are they enjoying any of them, right? Are they coming out and enjoying them? So it's,
People love them.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, those are the kinds of things that we heard. I'll go back to this one here. These are we attended a couple of the pop-up events. We saw you there with your grandson last September, and people really love the Nicollet Commons, and they love the events that are held there. And so they really, in fact, they associate Nicollet Commons and those events with heart of the city.
And what's interesting about Nicollet Commons Park, it's once a month. We start out with I Love Burnsville in June, then we go to the International Festival, we go to Art and All That Jazz, and then now the Community Festival, which used to be the Fire Muster, but that's here. And then we have a lot of just pop-up, like movies in a park and parties on a plaza. And those are smaller events. But yeah, people love them, and they pack the park, and it's geared to families.
Any other questions or comments on community engagement?
No, I thought it was very interesting.
Those were a surprise.
Yeah. That what was high in priority in the 90s is still high in priority. But this is what people want.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
I don't know if they wanted a dog park back then, but they want one now.
yeah.
So in addition to all of the community engagement we've been conducting, we've been on site, and we've been meeting with the project management team, which is staff, on a monthly basis. We meet with Regina and Jen every other week and talk through this. We have been we conducted an existing conditions evaluation on all three of the different character districts. And, character district number 1 is sort of where the heart of the city is, the heart of the city. Character district 2 is just to the west. And then we've added this character district 3 to the west side of 35. And that is in keeping with the goal of your new TOD ordinance, trying to join them all together and provide good access to the new transit facilities that you have there for the Orange Line. So with each one of those different character districts, we met on site, we dug really into it and did photo analysis, had notes. We toured the site with your project management team on a couple of different occasions. And we evaluated it from sort of a systems-wide perspective, looking at transportation systems, your parking systems, your roadways, your pedestrian and bicycle systems, things like that. And as well, you can see here, we looked at all of the details, right? The pavement details, the ADA ramp details, the mixes of concretes, the colors of concretes, your street trees, your site furnishings, your street lighting, everything out there in the public realm. We have evaluated, photographed it, and had many discussions with staff about those things. Through that process, we did meet with your maintenance staff, held a listening session with them to get a much better feel for the kinds of things that they're interested in making better and easier for maintenance purposes. And so these are the kinds of things that have influenced our thinking about the district today. The needs evaluation is informed by that existing conditions analysis, but also by the input we receive from the community. And so this diagram you're seeing here is sort of a summary diagram that addresses the public improvements that are the outcome from that analysis and the input. So identifies places for public identity and gateway opportunities in the district, where pedestrian improvements could be made, where bicycle improvements could be made, public parking, wayfinding, public art opportunities, bus stop improvements, street lights, street tree plantings, those kinds of things. Future roadways are coming out of your new TOD ordinance. Newer improved trails or new improved sidewalks are identified in this diagram. So this is the kind of thing that really provides us with a foundation then for the recommendations, which will come up in a little bit. Any thoughts on the existing conditions or the needs evaluation?
Any? I think you all have done a very thorough analysis and walking through and identifying and taking the photographs that would inform and look to the future, what works and what didn't. I like that you're working with Public Works to really identify what are the best materials. And we've had some discussion with Brian about what those sidewalks would look like and how the width and what kind of materials.
Yeah, your staff has been instrumental in all of this work that we've been doing today.
Karen?
So you're identifying 2 future roadways?
The future roadways are those wide blue lines. So there's more than 2. I can take my cursor over this, I think, and see.
3.
On the west side of 35, you can see this north-south sort of spine that runs through here. And then these east-west connectors over to the frontage road along 35. And then to the east in districts 1 and 2, you can see just to the south of Real Life, there's a future road that was proposed as part of your TOD ordinance that runs east and west here. Another one that runs just to the south of the new Gateway housing proposal here. One that runs through this business park here.
Gateway.
And then a couple of smaller ones here just to the east of Nicollet Commons. And the goal with those, and we'll explain it further in the recommendations, again, those came out of your TOD ordinance. And so we're putting them on here. The goal, I imagine, for those is to create smaller block patterns, enhance accessibility and walkability in the district, because some of those blocks are a quarter of a mile or longer today, which makes it difficult for pedestrians and bicycle movement in the district. So having these smaller block patterns will make it a more walkable and bikeable neighborhood.
So just a comment, I'm not particularly interested in splitting up blocks for the sake of splitting up blocks. If there is a reason to split the block, that's fine. If you're talking about walkability, you do not need a road, which is for cars. For walkability, you may need a path, which is different. So I will be interested to talk further about proposed roads.
Sure.
Because putting in roads requires purchasing of property and right of way, and it's an expensive proposition. And so I am interested in finding out exactly why some of those are proposed as roads rather than a walkway.
Again,
It's-
we're not proposing these. These were approved as part of your TOD ordinance.
I do get that.
And I think the suggestion is when you put a new road in, it also has sidewalks on it. So it enhances the walkability that way. Other ways that it does enhance walkability is it creates another intersection in the block, which causes automobiles to slow down. And if they're controlled intersections with stop signs, it causes them to stop. So there are other opportunities to calm traffic by creating smaller block patterns.
Ryan?
My opinion in the matter is there's only one or two trails in here that we would be actively looking at. I think the rest of it,
Not a road.
well, the rest of it could occur with redevelopment, but I don't foresee this being a blueprint where we're going to start putting in the capital improvement plan, building roads down there by Southern Lights or something like that. I think if it were to get redeveloped, then we'd take a look at this, and it may not look exactly like this. It might be more schematic in nature than how it's laid out here. So that's how I would interpret the usage of this would be, okay, someone wants to come in and maybe someone wants to redevelop that whole thing and HOC 3 over there west of 35. This is what the vision is. Let's try and make some shorter blocks in there, but I don't foresee us going and trying to build a road between the vet clinic and Holiday and then, going up that way actively.
I would agree with Ryan. This plays off of some of the work that we did in our 2040 comprehensive plan and looking at how the heart of the city can redevelop over time. And it, like Brian said, it's just a way to look way into the future that we wouldn't actively be seeking to implement these streets when redevelopment happens, especially on that west side of 35W.
And that's how we've been wording it in the document. As redevelopment occurs, that you would make some of these changes.
And I mean, there is one place where a road is proposed where I think moving forward with a trail does not need to wait for redevelopment.
Which one is that?
Well, it's where some of our apartment persons are, because we have a new apartment.
Oh, the new ones.
Developments, yeah.
Yeah.
This one right here.
Yes,
Yeah.
because
'Cause you have
like
new
they need
apartments
to
coming
get
in here.
to
Yeah.
like all the shops and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But there again, that's one where I'm like, do you need a road? I don't think you need a road. Do you need a trail? Sure. Yeah. Like a trail totally makes sense. But do you need a road? Because I mean, if you're in a car, just go around the block. I mean, just literally go around the block. But for a pedestrian on that area, they're going to cut across anyway. So whether we put a trail in or not, there's going to be a trail there.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just how it goes, which also is an interesting thing to watch. Where do we see people make walk patterns? Because people will make their own trails where they need a trail. And sometimes if you watch for that, like that's the best study you could ever have, because that's a behavior people are already doing. So, but that's just my comments on that, because, I realize this is with the TOD. I realize it's being proposed with, in the future, if there is redevelopment and, like all of those caveats. I just don't want the horse to think it's galloping so far down these proposed roads that it's a done deal, because it's not.
Yeah, and for me, and we all had this conversation with Brian and Greg when we saw this plan, and I said, I also, Kara talked about, I'd rather see trails than trying to create a road, because it is about a walkable community, and there's areas that make sense for a road, but there are some that I don't think it makes sense to have a road. You need a trail to get from the new development that's going to be that used to be the KA property and over, that I think is a trail rather than a road, and it's an area that I walk a lot. And that frontage road is really long. And I'd really like to see, because it can also be dangerous because there's no sidewalk. And so you're walking on the road.
You're talking about Traveler's Trail?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's one of my walking patterns. And that's long and it doesn't have sidewalks. So you walk on the road.
Yeah, we've identified it for future sidewalks, street trees, and pedestrian scaled lights.
Or, yeah.
Just to make it a
some
safer
pedestrian
walking
and-
environment.
yeah. But I can see that can, because it's 2 lanes. Right?
We've got much bigger needs than transportation needs than almost all the roads in there.
I get it, Ryan.
So
I'm just
we
saying
won't-
that, yeah.
we won't be-
Yeah.
I'm just trying to set you at ease that we're not going to go start actively running around trying to
No.
get
yeah.
all this built.
Some bonding then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be a tough sell, except for
Yeah.
maybe the bridge we talked about. So.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying that there are places that have more common sense than others.
Agreed.
Any other comments?
No.
Okay. So also, as an outcome of the community engagement input and the needs evaluation, we've developed an updated mission statement. Your old plan had a mission statement. This one has been updated and vetted with staff, with the project management team. The mission of the Heart of the City of Burnsville is to create an attractive, vibrant, and welcoming district where residents, employees, and visitors can come together to live, work, shop, and recreate. It will be pedestrian friendly and multimodal, providing multiple ways for people to move throughout the district. The Heart of the City combines well-designed public spaces with economically viable local businesses that together provide a true sense of community and partnership.
It
Thoughts on
hits
that?
the vision. You're creating a vibrant city and you're boldly leading and you're being inclusive. Yeah.
Okay. And then the mission statement is then also supported by these 12 guiding principles.
Yeah.
And I'll go through those and then we can take comment on that. So number 1, a place to live, work, and play. Promote a broad mix of complementary land uses throughout the district that provides opportunities for living, working, shopping, entertainment, and recreation. Diverse housing mix. Promote a diverse mix of housing types that welcome residents of all ages, incomes, household types, and cultural backgrounds. High quality architecture. Buildings should be well designed and located to support a pedestrian friendly, multimodal environment. Active ground level. Enhance district vitality and safety by encouraging ground level uses in buildings that activate the street front and sidewalk activity. Pedestrian friendly. Support an urban block and street pattern consistent with the transit-oriented district ordinance that provides urban scale development, active and walkable public streetscapes, and increased connectivity for all transportation modes. A connected public realm. Create prominent public spaces that link district destinations, homes, and businesses with parks, open spaces, plazas, and streets. Provide places for community gatherings and public art, and connect to Nicollet Commons and the broader system of city and regional parks, open spaces, and trails. Environmental sustainability. Emphasize environmental sustainability, incorporating best practices for stormwater management and water and energy conservation. Strong sense of identity. Create a strong sense of identity and arrival at key locations through the use of public space design features such as special landscaping, public art, district identity signage, banners, and other gateway elements. Memorable placemaking. Energize shared spaces by providing a safe, attractive, and comfortable public realm and community gathering places, incorporating pocket parks, plazas, and public art. District approach to parking. Utilize a district approach to parking to leverage underutilized space, make it convenient for people arriving by car to get out of their vehicles by distributing parking throughout the district. Enhanced wayfinding, incorporate a comprehensive and identifiable wayfinding and signage system throughout the district to enhance orientation and connectivity for residents, transit users, visitors, and employees. Low maintenance, incorporate low maintenance and durable materials to reduce maintenance costs and enhance accessibility. Any thoughts on those?
I think they all are very good, and it meets what we are saying, where we want to take the city.
And the wayfinding signage.
Yeah, I like the wayfinding. We've been talking about that for so long, and we
don't
have
to,
some.
but it's to say it doesn't exist today. It needs to have its own unique
Okay.
colors and design.
All right. Go on to the recommendations then. So these are, what you're seeing is still pretty high level. We do get down into some of the weeds in the document, but I'm going to keep it at a high level here tonight. So on district character, really it's working towards bringing the HOC 2 and HOC 3 districts up to the HOC 1 standards that you see out on the site today. Some of the site amenities that are in HOC 1 are at a higher level than you find in HOC 2 or HOC 3. So it's, meeting the TOD district requirements, promoting mixed use infill and redevelopment in the district, street fronted buildings, smaller block patterns, walkable neighborhood, bike friendly, high quality public spaces, public realm amenities, vibrant, safe and welcoming, and a strong identity for the district, which we think needs some improvement today. Streets meet the TOD district requirements, smaller block patterns, implementing complete street policies as redevelopment occurs, making walk and bike friendly, enhance connectivity, provide safe pedestrian crossings. This is something we heard a lot from your seniors in the community. You have a lot of seniors that walk in the heart of the city, and they talked a lot about making safer pedestrian crossings. Upgrading the I-35 bridge crossing to make it safer and more convenient for people to move from one district to the other and to access your new transit facilities. And there was a desire from the community to look at reducing speed limits in the district. And I know that you're looking at that for Burnsville Parkway right now. Parking. Really, the key recommendation here is to create an HOC district parking management plan that would look at opportunities for shared parking policies, look at wayfinding and mapping for better utilization to your existing parking supplies and future parking supplies. There was a study done as part of this process, looking at your existing parking supplies, parking demand. And as it turns out, you have plenty of parking in the district today, although the perception is not consistent with that. There are a lot of underutilized parking supplies that you can see here. For instance, in the green ramp here, right here, you see on a busy day in October when parking data was collected, well, there was an event going on at the Ames Center. There are 353 parking spaces supplied in that ramp. Only 127 of those were used. Whereas in the parking ramp to the north, all but 10 spaces were used. So I think people know about that ramp more clearly.
Yeah.
They're not as familiar with the ramp to the south. So there are plenty of spaces today, but as redevelopment occurs, you should continue to evaluate your parking needs in the district. One of the other comments that we heard from some of the developers in your community, in fact, from some of the new developers, is this idea of allowing overnight on-street parking in the district, which isn't allowed today. So we also are looking at this idea of maybe in the parking management plan, addressing that overnight on-street parking policy. We did meet with your maintenance folks. They're not necessarily in favor of it. It makes snow removal more difficult. So it does need further study. So those are some of the recommendations for the parking issues in the district.
I think when you're also going to be doing that, you need to also talk to police for public safety with cars being stolen right now. And although those catalytic converters being removed from automobiles, because I've heard from residents whose automobiles are parked in open spaces, surface parking in the heart of the city, that some catalytic converters were stolen. And this is not just in Burnsville. Matter of fact, ours is not as prevalent as what's happening in Edina and some of the other suburbs that are north of us. So I think when you're talking about overnight parking, you need to also consider the environment that we find ourselves in today. New developers might want something like that, but I think we need to take into consideration the safety of the community and the people that we have here today.
Yep. We did meet with public safety officials in February, and we talked about that issue with them. The on-street parking issue. They didn't seem to think that there was an extraordinary issue with catalytic converter crime here in Burnsville.
Not as prevalent, but it has happened.
Yeah, happened to one of our neighbors right in their driveway.
Yeah.
Which,
I saw that.
hello,
Next door.
business opportunity for our businesses that repair cars.
Or
Put the cages on.
the cages, yeah.
People are looking for places to do that, and there are not
Yeah.
enough places that are prepared to do that.
And I think those are some of the things, I know that Edina is doing a lot of that, but we need to also be looking at some of that.
Well, in this, we're going to recommend that a further planning study needs to occur to evaluate the pros and cons of
Yeah.
all of those issues related to parking.
And remember, developers come and they leave, and we have to live with the results.
Okay.
I also
And there
think I'm
would be
gonna- I'm gonna-
unintended
I'm going to
consequences.
push back a little bit on the Madam Mayor's position because she knows I'm going to anyway, because I'm in favor of on-street parking. We can declare snow emergency, so that's really not an issue, just like downtown. So in the winter, when there is a snowfall event that's coming, we can declare snow emergency and cars have to be cleared off the streets. That's pretty common in bigger cities anyway. The other thing is, especially in the summertime, which is what I was advocating for, really not so much the wintertime, but the spring and summer and fall, is on-street parking to make it more really user-friendly for people that live there, come down there, whatever. What our problem, my problem today is with parking is commercial vehicles, semis
Yeah.
and big trucks
Yeah.
parking. It's, to me, on-street parking is residential vehicles, not putting 18-wheelers on the street and leaving them there for a day or two. And
We did-
using city streets as your commercial parking lot, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not the concept behind on-street parking from my perspective anyway.
We did hear about that during the community engagement process. It is also another subject we talked about with your public safety officials. They didn't see it as big an issue as it appeared coming from some of the community members. With them, usually they talk to them and they move on,
And then they come back somewhere else.
Yep. But I think it is another one of the issues that you do need to address in the parking management plan.
Yeah, we need a spot for them.
And I think that the old, there is the old, that used to be the Ames property, and it's now Metro. What's the name of the business that bought it? Because they do,
Stump.
in the backside, you won't see it, but they do have places for the semis to park. Yeah, yeah, in Metro?
There have been a couple of recently approved
Yeah.
conditional use permits to allow
Yeah.
semi-truck parking.
And it works real well. Yeah, and it works real well, and you can't see because what Ames did when they had is they screened it so well with so many trees that when you have all those semis come in and go and park in the back, it really is nice because I've worked with the owners. And it was approved for that kind of activity. So you did it administratively, right?
It came through you, conditional use permit, I believe.
Yes.
Probably not the time and place to debate the parking overnight too much. I'll just make one comment. It certainly would increase the complexity of snow removal if we were to try and do a snow emergency. And I think our service likely would go down with more cars in there, just not getting there. So I think the appropriate time probably would be when we evaluate and get a policy out there, but it's certain.
Told about 300 or 400 cars every snow emergency.
I don't know. It probably depends on how close you are to the area. So it would create some more challenges and more administrative work for certain, along with the people out there. But I'll hold off on any other comments until.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pedestrian and bike connections. So enhance the pedestrian and bike connectivity. There are some gaps in the sidewalk system, as we just talked about. There are streets that don't have sidewalks today. So completing those gaps in the sidewalk and trail system, providing ADA compliant paving systems. Today, you're in the more urban parts of the district, you're using concrete unit pavers. The technology on those is a lot better today. A lot of them are being eaten away by the salts and things like that. Some of the settling of them makes them also non-ADA compliant. So looking at upgrading those systems, improving pedestrian crossings at some of your key intersections through things like markings, signage, countdown lights, things like that. Providing bike facilities, parking, more bike parking in the district, certainly. One of the things that we did here through the community process would they like to see more bike share facilities in the district, where you can rent a bike and bicycle around and then park it back there. And providing enhanced wayfinding and signage will also help with connectivity in the district. Streetscape amenities, these are things like your site furnishings.
One moment, Jeff.
yeah.
Councilmember
I just
Dan
want to
Kay.
call out, Councilmember Schultz and I are on the same page with this. That right lower visual of the walking sidewalk and the bike with a center dotted line,
Yep.
From the median and then the road, that is like the perfect scenario for this area. And really a lot of the areas in the city that we're talking about. When we had a recent conversation about road reconstruction on Buck Hill Road, I believe it is. It's like, that is exactly, and is that an example of what would be maybe that 14-foot wide type of path where it's got that separated lane for bike and either a colored or in this case, concrete or asphalt?
Yeah, different
variant.
material for sure.
Yep.
Really helps. Having the striped line also helps for
Yeah,
directional
absolutely.
purposes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Today, you do have on your trails, you have two different materials. You have concrete and you have the pavers. They're pretty similar in color, but there's no signage to let me know what one is for bicycling on and what one's for walking on. So with different materials, directional kinds of signage, the kind of signage that would let me know, which is for which,
Exactly.
would really be helpful.
Agreed. That's exactly the picture that we had in mind.
And these are not complete yet. These are still in process. You guys are seeing a little bit of the sausage making here in this presentation. So we'll be working through these in the next month or so with staff. Streetscape amenities. These are things like everything from the paving systems to the site furnishings to the street trees to the site lighting. These are the things that make your streetscape a special place, right? And typically the amenities occur closer to the curb. You can see here in this diagram to the right here, you've got signage, you've got street trees, you've got your street lights, typically benches, things like that, so that the pedestrian zone here can remain clear for movement of pedestrians, that kind of thing. So the things that we see here are really updating your sidewalk paving system. We talked about that. Updating some of the site furnishings and adding new site furnishings, adding benches at bus stops. A lot of your bus stops don't have any benches today. You probably need to partner with your transit providers to talk about things like that. But adding some site furnishings and planters at key locations in the district. We talked about adding bike parking and bike share facilities, pedestrian scaled lighting in that diagram we saw earlier. There are several streets that don't have that in your district. As you add new developments like the new Gateway development, you'll want to provide an upgraded streetscape environment out on the street where those new people are going to be living. So make sure that the sidewalk is ADA compliant, add some street trees where there don't exist today, or add, street lights, those kinds of things. Trash and recycling receptacles, wayfinding and signage. Your seasonal lighting that you do in the district is one of also came up high on the community input survey. People love that.
Yeah.
They'd like to see that expanded. So we've been talking about that.
I've heard from quite a few because they say the trees are bigger. You should put more lights on the trees.
It is beautiful when you drive down Burnsville Parkway in the winter. It really is.
Nice. It was beautiful year round.
Yeah. Then those are some of the comments we've heard. Public spaces and landscaping. So on the public space.
All right, sorry.
On the public spaces side of this, new parks and plazas, we're going to suggest that you consider those through redevelopment. You're sort of landlocked. There's not a lot of opportunities for new places. The two public spaces that we did hear from folks in the community were dog park and play areas. So if and when you decide to add any new public parks or plazas in the area, consider those two things. We are going to suggest that, just enhancing connections to the existing parks, because on both sides of the district, east and west, you've got nearby public parks. Just to the south, you have all of this.
Yeah.
And really just to the north, you have this great regional system along the Minnesota River.
Yeah. Beautiful.
So enhancing connections to those kinds of things is something we'll suggest in this. Gateway landscaping, adding street trees and plantings, planters where people gather, things like that. And incorporating native plant materials and green infrastructure to handle stormwater. But the native materials also help reduce the amount of water that's used and the maintenance that's required on those. We talked about.
Dan.
Mind if I stop you real quick?
yeah.
I apologize. This is something I just learned. We've got a dog park in Alley Magnet that's been there for a long time, and it's been talked about a lot. And it's been always my focus of attention. We have a dog park, right? And I was over at Terrace Oaks East this weekend and talking with some neighbors that had a dog. And they noted that when the ice skating rink is removed for the spring, right, that area is fenced off and it becomes a dog park where the ice skating rink was. Is that something we're doing, or is that the neighborhood doing it on their own?
Sounds like repurposing.
I think people are making their own path.
Yeah, and then it was brought up that they thought it was being done at another park where there's an ice skating rink. So the ice skating rink grassy area, is essentially becomes a dog park in the spring, summer, and fall, and then an ice skating rink in the winter. I thought it was a great idea, but I'd never heard that before.
We just did Minnetonka's park system master plan, and that's one of the things we heard there, that a lot of the ice rinks in the summer become dog parks.
So they leave the fencing
Not
up,
official
like-
dog parks,
like the
but dog
hockey,
parks.
the hockey fencing stays up,
Yeah.
and you put a gate on it, and then it's a fenced in area for dogs to run.
There's all kinds of people down it just to be doing that.
Yeah. And do we take those panels down that
No,
encircle the?
no, they
They
stay
come
up.
up your
They stay up.
They stay up.
perfect dog park solution. That's a great idea.
So you want a
Some
hockey
bags
rink
out
in the
there
heart of the
that
city?
you can't
Is that what
put
you're saying?
No.
Oh.
No, this is just observation about when he brought up, enhance connections and or add dog parks. I consider new park and put a dog park in. I didn't realize we had dog parks, seasonal dog parks, along with our seasonal hockey in existing parks.
When I just have to add this, sorry. When I moved from California almost 20 years ago, I had no idea what those were. I came to a park in the summer and I was like, what the heck is this? I'm sure others have the same observation, but it could be multi-purpose.
Absolutely.
Well, staff, that's something that you can explore. It's on Ryan's domain.
It seems like it's something that's happening by itself.
I think it is.
Maybe we don't have to put
Yeah.
all that much thought into it.
Yeah.
You never know.
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
we ought to play the card
good to go.
from,
Yeah.
let's deliberately do it because we have a lot of ice rinks.
Okay.
All right, district identity and wayfinding. This is something that, we saw right away that it's really lacking in the district and it would really help orient people and direct them to where they need to get in the district. So we're suggesting that you develop a wayfinding signage system for the district. We have looked at that in plan form. And also you can see we're developing a kind of a kit of parts, a family of signage elements that could be looked at and further explored as you move forward. We think that, you should incorporate some district branding identity for that. And I understand that that is happening now in the city. So we think that's a great idea, but, it really is instrumental to, direct people to some of those public parking supplies, include maps of the district destination. So people know where they're at. I'm here now, and this is where I need to get. And it's really important to help orient and direct people in the district. So we think that's an important element here.
Especially with an
perhaps-
amenity that brings people from out of the district that aren't familiar with it.
That's
First
right.
timers to Ames Center, where do I park? They
Yep.
catch the deck. If that's full, where do I go now?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And we met with
Yeah.
the Ames Center and you get people from all around
Yeah.
the state and the
Yes.
region
Yeah.
coming to events there. So it's
Yeah.
important for them to understand how to move about in the district.
Yeah. And perhaps City Manager Lindbergh, maybe an app. That'll help people also, not only with wayfinders, but everybody has their phone. So when they get to the parking deck at the Ames Center and it's full, you can pull up the app and look and see what all is available.
That's a great idea.
Mhm.
Digital signs at the parking ramps to let people know
Yeah.
whether or not they're full, things like that.
I mean, you could do that through Google Maps.
Very, very simple solution, Madam Mayor, Councilmember
That's what
Schultz, to
everyone's
your
using.
point.
Yeah.
We are in the process of developing a My Burnsville kind of independent app that will be downloadable. You all have seen that just by way of consent agenda and a few routine items. That project, by and large, should be completed by the end of the year and will provide direct access to some of the GIS mapping features that are currently available on our website. Parking resources could very well be one of those as we work to develop that out.
Yeah, and we have a great GIS staff because they present it to us and we can, a great way to direct people and wayfind.
Would
Yeah.
they tell you how many parking spaces are left in a ramp, like the part of the city ramps full? And the one down the street has 10 spots in it and stuff like that. I've been in cities where that happens.
That'd be the next level of
That'd be the next level,
sophistication.
yeah.
We
Yeah.
aren't there right now.
Yeah.
We are, I would say by mid-April, we'll have a online GIS based map that will show you how many parking spaces in each facility are available
Yeah.
and stuff that's close by. That should be a great enhancement, but it won't be real time information.
Yeah,
Another
Dan,
suggestion
Jane.
that's a little cheaper than building an app, even though it's already being built. Put a QR code on signs around there so people could just scan it. It would automatically open up their Google Maps and pinpoint right where they're at. And the map itself would show, Ames Center and other major attractions. So actually put them on the Wayfinder signs.
Great idea.
And that was very helpful when we were doing a lot of this work and we had those wayfinders in the sidewalks around the heart of the city and areas so that you can also, there were surveys on them.
Oh,
Do you
yes.
remember
Yeah,
that?
scan
You
it
guys
code.
put it out.
Survey.
Hey, I walk, I see them,
Mhm.
I pull them up. So, and you had them all over.
All right, moving forward.
Yep.
Sustainability and stormwater management. So looking at recommendations for incorporating green infrastructure where it's feasible. You have a pretty healthy tree canopy in parts of your district today. That'll make it difficult to add new rain gardens or green infrastructure. But as new development occurs and you're upgrading your streetscape, you can do that. Explore agency partnerships with the watershed districts that are here in the area to see if there are opportunities for funding some of those improvements. Utilize native plant materials and drought tolerant plant materials and incorporate energy conservation practices. And then operations and maintenance. As I mentioned, we did meet with your maintenance crews, talk with them about some of the issues there. These are some of the recommendations that came out of those conversations. So again, replace the concrete paver system, use native drought tolerant plants, replace the irrigation system and update it as that gets phased out. Utilize durable, low maintenance site furnishings, clean up the power supply for seasonal site lighting, continue to maintain the landscaped areas and provide space for snow storage through any updates or redesigns of streetscapes. So next steps, staff will continue to work with us to review the final draft document and incorporate changes that we've heard tonight. And incorporate those into the final document. The ask tonight is to direct staff to incorporate feedback and changes from this meeting into the final document and recommend that the final Heart of the City Design Framework Update document be approved at a future City Council regular meeting.
Okay, members of the council, any other comments, or are you ready to direct staff to bring it back with the additional information that was shared tonight? Yeah.
I mean, if again, I understand that the ask or the plan on the streets is only if there's redevelopment in the area and there's all those caveats, but I also know how these things go. And then it's like, nope, you voted for it. So that needs to be changed before that would get a vote for me.
So here's what we do with that, Kara, because that was part of the original design framework also, that it is a guide plan. It's,
I get it.
and
but
only when development comes up, it's going to be with regard to a zoning and ordinance.
I
and
get
all
it,
of the-
but
yeah.
I am now no longer in my first year on city council. And so I have seen how these things go. And it is, oh, no. It's just a slight suggestion for 10 years in the future. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, and we're doing it. So like, that's my feedback. Like, I'm just giving you my feedback on that.
What I will then suggest if there is no objection is that staff, you put language in the design framework that will address the ordinance and any development agreements that move forward. Okay. Does that help?
Just
You?
qualifying language to clarify.
Yeah.
Yes. Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
What are you objecting to?
So what I'm objecting to is that I don't want the impression that those streets are just going to happen.
No.
Whether it's a trailers, but
Yeah.
that's,
And
I thought
Right?
that's where
no,
you're at.
That's where I'm at,
yeah,
right?
and
Like,
I-
I think that needs a lot closer of a look
Yeah.
and an evaluation. And so what I don't want to happen is we're like, yes, this seems reasonable. In the future, we'll take a look at this. And, but then, how it goes and it's like, oh, no. That was the plan. And somehow things get into, oh, no, this is now the plan. And I don't want that to
I
happen.
think early on in the heart of the city, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that one between real life and the school district, that was always planned to be a road anyways, was it not? That was always envisioned in some of the original plans in the heart of the city. It never got created. And I'm not saying we should build a road. I think we should start with a path there, because what we're really trying to do is get our pedestrians and bicycles an easier access to the park and to the Performing Arts Center and to the shopping and all that other stuff. And you're right, if you have a car, I can drive an extra block. That's
Right, yeah, and so it's just things like that,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to clarify, kind of get why you're objecting. And
Yes.
but from what I'm understanding right now, the plans seem to be more for a trail type thing between the buildings, and I'm okay with, you want to change it to a trail? And
I think
Well,
we can maybe
because-
massage the language. So maybe it says access way and it gives examples of what could be an access way and just keep it kind of higher
Better
level.
about that.
Yeah,
there
yeah.
you go.
And the other thing is that, I've seen the heart of the city develop, and the plan says one thing, but what the developers brought in and what we have is not necessarily what it looked like in the design framework.
If you look at the old pictures,
But
it
it's
doesn't look anything
still,
like it.
it still addressed the essence of what we wanted. So, and it all has to do with the tools that we have. We have planning tools, we have zoning tools, we have an ordinance, we have all of these things that are available to us to make sure that it results in the vision for it. So if you can make sure that the language then allows for that common sense flexibility. Okay,
I say change the language, let's move forward.
Yep, I'm confident we can
I'll
do
be
that.
happier then, yeah.
Plus, it'll come up for review with you all and you can.
yeah. So if you're,
Help us
if you put
massage it if
the
you
language
don't like
in
it.
that we discussed, that Kara is,
Being a pain about.
would like to see, then that would be good. Okay, staff has direction.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Good. Is there
Thank you very
anything
much.
else? Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank
And
you.
Thank you, Jeff. Okay, yeah. And then the next item here is the update of the streetscape operations and maintenance assessment. And our city engineer, Jen Desroot, and our guest from,
This is Dave Hutton from
Yeah.
SEH.
welcome.
Evening. Thanks, Madam Mayor, members of the council. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, thank you for coming. Jen, you have the floor.
Thank you. Dave has helped the city a great deal with putting together some concepts for updating our streetscape maintenance assessment. And so I'll go through it, and if you have any questions along the way, just let us know. So you're all very familiar with the existing policy, streetscape operation and maintenance assessment policy that was established in 1999. It's based on 2 tiers of assessment, and it's all based on a front footage. The tiers are based on the density of amenities. So the purpley color is a higher density of amenities, and that's a higher assessment rate. And then the green color is more spread out amenities, so a lower assessment rate. 50% of the funding for the operation and maintenance is from the general fund, and then 50% is from a special assessment. And this is a list of the things that we include in the assessment. So we have 2 full-time park maintenance employees and 1 seasonal. We don't include overtime in those costs, mostly because those park maintenance employees are also doing snow plowing in the winter, and they're not necessarily doing it here. So we don't include their overtime. There's contracted services for things that we aren't able to do in-house, or we wanted to have help with, which is like boulevard mowing. We can do that in-house, but we get help from that. An electrician. We have vehicles that are devoted to the area, and their maintenance and fuel costs are assessed or part of the assessable costs. Then there's just general supplies, equipment, landscaping supplies, irrigation parts, and then electricity. And all of that are the assessable costs, and then 50% is assessed and 50% is from the general fund. And the reason that we are before you and evaluating the assessment today is just that idea that there was a concern about, is the assessment equitable as it is today? So I have these two properties side by side that are different, but have some similarities. So the one on the left is 201 Burnsville Parkway, and they have a very long frontage, a triangular shaped property, and their building square footage is about 21,600 square feet. The property on the left is 12601 Nicollet Avenue, and I think it's also called the Nick Burn Plaza or Strip Center. And they have a much smaller frontage on Nicollet, but a similar sized building. Both properties have similar taxable values for their land, but you can see that their buildings are valued at drastically different amounts. So the Burnsville tax for the property on the left is $5,400, and the Burnsville tax for the property on the right is $15,000, so 3 times as much. Yet the assessment on the left property was greater than their Burnsville tax, almost $6,000, and the one on the right was about $2,500. So there is a discrepancy in how we've been doing assessments. And so we're looking at different ways to maybe smooth over some of those drastically different assessments. So we looked at, with methodology, reviewed our current policy, which I just kind of showed you an example of, looked at what would it be to have no assessment. And then what we're going to land on as a recommendation is this combination of a linear foot rate and a building square foot rate. We also looked at expanding the number of properties that are included in the assessment, and then adding in benefited properties that are adjacent to the streetscape but have never been included in the assessment. And then another idea of expansion is potentially including some additional costs that are directly associated with the maintenance. So I already went through our current policy. This is the same map, same 2 tiers. It's a front foot adjacent type of assessment. If we were to not assess our assessable costs, this is our 2021 cost, the increase to the general fund would be about 0.5% per year. And the reason in bold is the staff does not recommend this approach is that the heart of the city is a higher maintenance, higher level of service that other places in the city do not have. And so splitting the costs of maintenance seemed like a fair and reasonable approach. There's plenty of people from outside of heart of the city that come in. So that's our 50%. And there's a lot of people within the district who stay there and enjoy all of the amenities. So then there are 2, there's a lot of slides here with a lot of detail. So I'm going to try and go through it. It's a lot of numbers. The first method that we looked at was keeping the same assessment area. So not expanding, but changing the calculation, keeping the 2 tiers, assessing based on half front footage and half on the building square foot. And really what this does is it redistributes the assessment. There's no new places to assess. It's just moving it around. Here are our 2 initial sample properties. With this new method, the triangle shaped property goes from an assessment of almost 6,000 down to about 3,600. So a pretty significant decrease. The property on the right also decreases, just not as significantly. So it's about an $800 decrease. We have a few more samples of the biggest reductions by doing this method. Our 201 Burnsville Parkway. They have one of the bigger reductions, at a $2,200 reduction from their initial assessment. And then another biggest reduction is we assess ourselves for all of our own properties, and Nicollet Commons is one of those properties. Since it has no building, it doesn't get that portion. So it's almost like the assessment is just chopped in half. And so in that case, we have a big reduction. When you're reducing it by these amounts, then it's going to someone else. So there's going to be someone else who's going to get an increase. And these are the biggest increases by doing this. So the new gallery on Nicollet has 3 sides, 3 frontages, and using their new building square footage, their assessment goes from about 8,500 to about 12,700. So an increase of 4,100 per year. And then the other property that has a bigger increase is Sky Oaks Elementary and Nicollet Middle School. They have a big building. They also have a big frontage. This is a tier to frontage. So it's not as much of an assessment on that rate, but because of the building, it's a bigger increase for them. And then we have a bunch of townhomes and condos that are assessed based on their per unit. So these are all, each individual owns their own unit. And from Nicollet Plaza Townhomes, the new method doesn't really have much of an effect, an increase of $4 per unit. But the others, Nicollet Plaza condos, Park Crest, and Uptown Landing all have about a $22, $23 increase per unit. And the HOC Villas, which is a townhome, theirs would go down $46 per unit. And you can see that they have already an assessment that's over $200 per unit, and it goes down to $192. Any questions on that approach, which is just changing the methodology, changing the calculation, but keeping it all in the same area? So the assessment stays the same, it's just redistributed to different properties.
Okay.
We can go on to the next.
Yeah.
Okay. So the next idea is to expand the district. So then you have the same assessment amount, but you're distributing it amongst more properties. The areas in blue are properties right now that are assessed, and they are directly adjacent to the streetscape, and they are having 2 tiers, and we're recommending that frontage and square footage combination. The ones in yellow in HOC 1 and 2, we're not suggesting moving to HOC 3 yet, but as the district expands, we would consider that. But HOC 1 and HOC 2, they're not directly adjacent. They have an indirect benefit. And so we would recommend using that building square footage only calculation. And then the ones in pink are directly adjacent, and from the 1999 policy, were just not included. And so we would recommend putting them into the same as the blue, where they're getting the direct assessment in the 2 tiers with the square footage. So I have several examples. Here's our 2 properties that I keep going back to with this new method of and expanding the boundary of where you assess. 201 Burnsville Parkway goes from almost 6,000 down to just about 3,200. And then on 12601 Nicollet goes from about 2,900 down to about 1,700. And again, biggest reductions, 201 Burnsville Parkway does receive one of the bigger reductions from their original assessment, about 2,700 less than their original assessment with this new method. Another bigger reduction is the CDA HOC townhomes. So they have a lot of frontage and they have a lot of building square footage. And so their reduction is almost 3,300.
County would like that. Right?
These are the biggest increases within the area. So I'll show you some places where they weren't assessed before. So they obviously have an increase, but these are ones where they were already being assessed. And with this new methodology, they will be assessed more. The HOC parking deck, again, the building fills the whole lot. So it's a bigger building and it has a bigger assessment. And then the elementary school and middle school, much less of an increase. So the last one was pretty major. This is now a $785 increase. So on par, just about, I wouldn't say equal, but it's not as drastic when we expand the area. As far as those existing townhomes and condos, most see a decrease or about the same. So the townhomes, where they have fewer units to spread it around, but they are bigger buildings, they see a bigger decrease. And then the condos are just like a slight increase, $3 or $6, or Park Crest was, I think, 81 cents. So we just called it same. With the expansion, then we're expanding into new areas where we haven't seen an assessment before. So that impact would be at places like Real Life Co-op. They would have an assessment of $20 per unit. They have 119 units. So that would be a collection of 2376 that we would be taking off of someone else's assessment and would be allocated towards them. There's a small little office condo, $14 per unit. And the Ridgeview condos would be $19 per unit using this method. But even though it's $19, 400 units, it does take about $7,500 of assessment.
Question on how will
Dan?
this formula change when the development that's going on Gateway be built, when the units are there and the square footage? Does that just?
Here it is. Next slide.
Sorry.
She's coming up.
It's a really good question.
She has.
That's a really good question.
I just think, well, it's not really
She's,
built
she's
yet, but I
very,
thought, oh,
she's very thorough.
Nice when you already have the answer.
I know, it's perfect.
Yeah.
So these are another of the bigger assessments within the new area. So Maven Apartments was not assessed before. And because they're apartments, they aren't going to be assessed per unit. They'll get one assessment to the owner. They can choose how they want to distribute it amongst the units. I have both there. So Maven's assessment would be about $3,400 with about $25 per unit. These here are the new apartments that you're talking about. There's two. The senior apartments would be about $3,500 or $28 per unit. And Concord Flats is the market rate, and that would be about $4,300, and that's $26 per unit. The Gateway Business Center, they have each of them about $1,000 plus or minus would be their new assessment based on, this is just based on the building square footage.
Oh, socialize the whole thing.
And then these are the expanded assessment area still. These two CDA apartments had never been included before.
Yeah,
So-
Eagle Ridge and Park Ridge.
And those ones would have new assessments of about $3,000 or $3,300. And the unit is, Eagle Ridge had a lower number of units, so it would be more per unit, about 51 per unit. Park Ridge, about $20 per unit. And this church also had never been assessed before, and their new assessment would be about $2,300 per year. So that was with the expanded areas. Any questions on that?
Yeah.
I like what you're showing us here. Can I get a little clarification on how we deal with the heart of the city during snowfalls and sidewalks, and what priority they take down there? And
They have Councilmember Augustine, they have specific employees who are dedicated to it, along with equipment stored down there. So they're in line with the very first things we do.
very first thing we do. So
Yeah.
there is an added service because that gets cleared out right away.
I mean, yeah, so they're going at the same exact
At 4
time.
in the
as-
morning.
In front of your house. You
Well,
start
and
at 3?
And the other thing is that it's because of the bus service. The bus service, and there are a lot
No,
of
I'm just saying,
people
but
who
I'm just
walk.
saying that we give extra care to that part of the city.
Oh, yeah, I think it's got to be the first spot in the whole city. that
It
gets
is.
bus.
Yeah, 3:00 we
You
hear
know,
them
start
right there.
3:30 to 4 in the morning. They,
Yeah,
you can
3.
hear the
Beep, beep, beep.
scraping and the beeping, and they're very quick. It's premium service. No
Yeah.
question about it.
I'll pay an extra 20 a year to have my streets done at 3 in the morning.
We'll think long and hard.
Just saying.
Yeah.
That was nicely done.
Okay.
Good job, Ryan.
Thank you.
One thing to note, I think each of you got a memo from one of the
Yeah.
townhome associations. They came in before the meeting, and I just talked with them in the hallway. Their issue is not necessarily with this, but with our street improvement assessment. So we are redoing their street, and there will be a special assessment.
That's right, because when I read the letter, it had to do with that the street is the wear and tear is not because of them, and it's because of the new gallery. And
So we're repaving that street
yeah,
this
and that was
summer.
on, yeah, and that was on the improvement plan.
Right. So the public hearing for that will be April 19th. And I
Yeah.
let them know that there'll be a public hearing. And so that will, those gentlemen will likely be coming back to talk.
Because I
about
looked at that and I saw that they had a reduction, a pretty big reduction on the
Yes.
HOC. And they had an $89 decrease. So, and then in reading their letter, it was mostly about the street assessment,
Which street is getting done? Is it first? or-
125th,
125.
Oh,
About 6 of them.
125th.
Mhm.
Yeah, Karen,
So could we list out whether we consider we're assessing for them or not, what are the amenities for being in the heart of the city? Because I do know that there are some things that are considered amenities, but we never considered, like, we don't assess for them or put them in the bucket of, this is why you're being assessed. So those are the things that are not included in the assessment, which is the community landscape, the tree lighting, the banners,
Right.
the park maintenance, which is completely understandable.
Everybody's park.
Parking ramp, parking deck, okay, you know. So those are the things that are not included in the assessment. So what are the things that we include in the assessment to say, this is why you are being assessed?
Yeah, the benefit.
So,
Could you clarify community?
yeah, so
That's just in the heart of the city. It's like the.
So
plantings and all
they
that.
spend about half time in the heart of the city and then the other half in just a variety of other parks.
But that bullet point, the top one,
Yeah.
community landscaping,
Mhm.
is it community landscaping throughout the whole city? Is it community landscaping only in the HOC district?
There are other locations in the city, but
Okay,
they
so it's
spend
the
about,
entire city's community landscaping.
there's a person and she spends about half of her time plus a seasonal devoted to heart of the city.
Right.
And the rest of her time is scattered everywhere
The other
else.
part. Okay.
So this
Because-
is, it's really intense here in the heart of the city.
Sure. And the reason I ask is there is a lot of landscaping in the heart of the city.
Yeah.
And so I thought that's what the statement was about,
Yeah.
not beyond the heart of the city, other areas.
Yeah.
What percentage, just rough, what percentage of community landscaping acreage, or however you want to call it, is in the HOTC versus the rest of the city?
I think it's just a lot more dense in the heart of the city. We have rain gardens that, for instance, they're out in the roundabouts, in the center medians there, the planter signs. And like, you know, in front of City Hall here
Oh, yeah.
and all that
I mean,
kind of
is it
stuff.
60-70% of the community landscaping is sort of falling within our heart of the city area?
Like
and
man
the-
hours.
And the rest is.
She said about half her time. So 50% of her time.
Maybe it's 50%. right?
Yeah, it's fit,
Okay.
and that's probably what it works out to. And so what you had asked initially was what are we assessing for? That's this list here.
Yep.
We have people devoted to being out there and just operating and maintaining all of the extra features that are out there. So the streetscape, the landscaping, the trees, the lighting and all of that stuff, as well as the planters. There's the maintenance of the pavers that takes a lot of time too. They're going in and systematically replacing pavers as they are becoming poor. So with our framework, we're going to start phasing those out as we've talked about and putting in concrete. And then the just supplies and equipment that is needed, irrigation, repairs. And so some things probably look like they go unseen, but it's just that time it takes to have it look the way it does and look as good as it does. As far as the community landscape person, one of the things that I'm asking the council to consider is half of her time, which would then be half assessed. So like 25% assessed, works out to be about a 17% increase to those assessments that I was just showing you, if we were to include her time in.
And frankly, the surprising thing I think for people is that the lighting is not included in that assessment, because that is frequently talked about as an amenity just in that area.
And therefore, why not include it in a portion of what the people that live in that area pay? Right? Just like all the other amenities that are.
Well, I think that's probably that's probably like a big amenity that people look at for in that area. And I
From
realize that
November
it's
to-
seasonal, but so is
From-
landscaping.
yeah,
Because,
from
you know, for
saying-
part of the
yeah.
season, you can't. you know,
Well, one of
she's covered.
the thing that we continue to communicate, it is a partnership between the city and the Burnsville Community Foundation, who help raise the money for the seasonal lighting and the snowflakes and banner. So, pardon?
Last year was around $85,000 total for HOC tree lighting and the
Yeah.
snowflakes and the banners, the first 35 was covered by the,
Come.
and the other 50,000, it used to be more in Dave Gromish's area forestry, so we'll be moving that into the parks, but that's independent of
Yeah.
what we consider for assessments.
Yeah.
And I can understand why you're saying,
Right?
why isn't that
Yeah.
included? It's right along the front edge of the road.
It's kind
Yeah,
of
it's
like,
like
Yeah.
right there.
you count the plants, you count the tree light or the light posts and all these other things, but we don't count that.
I mean, a big part of it is in the
So-
park too, but still.
What I'm understanding in listening to Kara and is that on the things that are being assessed as part of the lighting, and because I think not the snowflakes, because they pay for all of that completely, right?
The easiest way to think about it is the total cost
Yeah,
of 85.
Yeah.
They contribute the first 35.
Yeah.
And then we just fill in the gap, whatever it costs more or less that year. Some years we have good luck. Other years we're about 100.
yeah,
Cords
because
and-
I look at it and I pay
Yeah.
for two, because you pay for 2 years for the snowflake. And every year I contribute to the seasonal lighting.
Your snowflake might last 5 years. Someone else's might last one for some reason.
Yeah, but
So whatever we try
they
to
come
keep on.
around and ask for it every 2 years.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's when they fundraise.
Yes.
every
They
2 years and so forth.
fundraise and so you contribute. Yeah,
And the former Dave Gromish's the world, he just goes out and tries to make it all work.
yeah.
Yes. And so whether it's year 1 or 2 or whatever, he just wants it all to be working.
So, yeah,
Well, I
Dan-
would
Dan Kay.
concur with Councilmember Schultz on the lighting should be part of it, which would be the
Yeah.
net 50 or whatever is left over that's not
should
covered,
be part of the assessment.
plus half the community landscape. I
The
think actually,
benefit,
thinking through all this since our last discussion, both of those make
yeah.
sense.
And I agree, because that's coming out of the general fund.
Mhm.
But it's also part of the assessed value,
And you're,
and it's,
and we're not
the
paying,
benefit.
yeah, the folks that live down there aren't paying
The benefit.
100%. You're just paying half.
50%.
Yeah.
yeah,
And in this case, your recommendation on the community landscape, they'd be paying a quarter
Right.
yeah,
of that person.
yeah,
Because the half that's in the hearth of the city, we're paying half of, the residents are paying half. That's it. Gotcha.
Ryan?
Some quick and hopefully not incorrect math. I think the 25% that of the heart of the city community landscape person equivalent to that 70% to assessments. If we're to do 50% of the streetlight and snowflake banners, that would basically be adding another 25%, I think. So you'd be up in the probably 40% range of an increase. So that would be an increase over all the numbers you saw from Jen.
So if your number was 2,000, it would go up by
800.
700, right? Yeah,
Probably more.
40% on 2 or 800, it would go by $800.
That's Ryan math, so you need some review.
We
But
probably need to revisit this with some new input in math because we're making some modifications to the formula and we don't really know if Ryan's math is close.
So, and the other thing that I'm hearing is that on the assessment, what are you getting for the assessment is to add the lighting and all of that, because that is a value.
And I would like to see that number if it was spread throughout the entire city. Because if we're hearing from Burnsville residents that they like
It's
the
a big
lighting, they
value.
want it expanded, they want, all these other amenities. They're also taking part in those. I don't see this as an amenity that is only for the businesses and the persons that live there. I do see this as something,
that
as
the
an
whole
amenity for the
community
entire city.
enjoys.
So, and my caveat is, if this is something that the city is doing and we are doing it, then I see this as something that is assessed throughout. I don't see it as restricted. And I know your suggestion is to go another way, and perhaps council will say, no, we like your idea. And that's fine, but that's how I'm looking at
So
this.
we are assessing everyone, Kara, with the 50%.
Oh, I want like all of it. Like when we're looking at the assessment, rather than, well, these are
Just
the
for the
businesses
lighting?
and the people, no, all of it,
Everything.
all of
Yeah.
the assessment.
Socialize all of the costs into general.
So
instead
that's a
of
0.5%
assessing it.
increase to the general fund.
So if I understand, Councilmember Schultz, your suggestion would be to simply take the entire cost of heart of the city maintenance and fund it through the general fund.
Oh, boy.
Well, I think what she's
That'll
what she's
I think
asking
I'm
for
saying
is
is-
that should be one of the
Huh?
options in the list of options.
Yes,
Yeah.
I want to see that.
It is an option. So that was
Yeah,
what I
so-
listed here.
Oh,
Yeah, she did.
But
She
no, I
did.
want to
If
see
no-
it per person. What is a person going to pay? Like, what would a resident pay?
You want to know what the households are paying.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I want to know what is a resident going to pay for that? Because what I want our residents to be able to look and see is if this is, because we're doing that for these businesses and persons who live right there. If you live here, you pay this and you get this, right? So I would like to see that same formula for our residents and businesses throughout the city. Residents and businesses throughout the city, that to get this, which is our amenities that we have there, you pay X. So that's what I would like to see. And then that I also think is something that our residents and businesses then can weigh in on. Is it worth it?
I'm trying to
Well,
get my head around.
Yeah, I am looking at our budget. And that's a 0.5% in the budget. And this is designed to be a special district. And so the people who work there, who own business there and also live there, realize that this is a higher service area, and therefore they get certain privileges with the kind of amenities that are in that area.
Yeah, but other than snow removal, every one of those benefits are benefits that every resident in this city receives. Because they are going there and they are traveling there and they're shopping there and they're working there and they're enjoying the plants and they're.
So for
Okay.
just a good example of where that could be in conflict is, I mean, this is the only area where we're maintaining an irrigation system in front of the property, mowing it. That type of, everyone else is mowing their own. So from a direct benefit of a property owner adjacent to it, I would say they are getting an extra benefit. Is the whole city receiving a benefit of the heart of the city? That could be a definite argument, but they are getting some enhanced services
Yeah.
that we aren't doing elsewhere. From that perspective of what we're actually doing that may benefit a property owner.
I think since we're already taxing the whole city for half of it anyways, they're already contributing to the enjoyment they get as opposed to the direct benefit that the people in the heart of the city get from it.
I get that, and council may decide to go a different direction, but I would like to see that calculation laid out for our residents. Because to say, oh, it changes the general fund, it's like 0.5%. That means absolutely nothing to our residents listening at home. Like, what does that mean to their daily life? That's what I want to know.
So how would we spread that $150,000 out?
Yes.
Basically is the question. Okay.
Yes.
I-
Yeah, just so that they know, right? And then it's,
Mayor and council, the most apples to apples way of doing that is likely to take that 0.5% and apply it to a median valued home.
Mhm.
Beyond that, we could start running some more complex scenarios.
no, that's fine.
Okay.
That's how we usually do it.
Yep.
It just gives people an idea. Because people are
Contextualize
like,
is what you're
it would
asking.
be $1. It would be $20. What does 0.5% mean to them, right?
Those are numbers that we can run. We don't have them now, but we certainly can do that.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Well, and I commend Jen and her team in putting out that there is that one option. No assessment. And the cost
Yes.
is 0.5%.
Yep.
So
what I'm hearing Kara asking for is bring it down to what does it mean for an individual home and an individual business throughout our community? What would that mean? So right now we have an infrastructure trust fund. And you might want to take a look at how that gets incorporated into it if we're going to go, if that's one of the direction with your no assessment piece. Because right now, with all of that, our infrastructure trust fund pays for quite a bit. And then, of course, the sewer and water also pays for the other. And then we only bond mostly for the assessed value to property owners. Am I correct?
Right, the special assessment amount.
Yeah, for the special assessment. Yeah.
Are you talking about for street improvements?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I'm looking at, what that is. And then I'm also saying, if we use the same methodology with regard to this, what does that mean if it's, yeah, Ryan.
I'm not saying I'm supporting it or it's the best choice, but from a reducing complexity of staff operations, if we didn't do the assessment process, I mean, it's a lot of letters. It's a lot of things and sending over to Dakota County and all that. So there would be a benefit of reduction in our operation, but this isn't Ryan saying that they're not getting an extra benefit, because I do believe they are, but it wouldn't be a reduction in things that we do if there was no assessment. I just want to bring that up.
Yeah, and I get it. And what you're saying is that it just gives staff a lot more work with less people that you're working with on the administrative
The
side.
HOC assessment is a complex thing for
Yeah.
$152,000 a year.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
this is complicated.
And to Ryan's point, those administrative costs would be greatly reduced. And it's a 0.5% impact to the already robust level of consideration that you all are going to have to be talking about the general fund levy. So
Yes.
just eyes wide open on both sides of that.
Yeah.
There certainly is some reduced administrative costs, potentially some efficiencies. It is quote unquote just $150,000, and
Yeah.
$150,000 is a 0.5% levy increase.
Yes.
So context is important on both sides.
Yeah. Okay.
I like that staff is talking to us about things like this.
All right.
And Greg, Ryan, and Jen, I really appreciate that your voices at the table are being heard on all of this. You know what you're doing on a daily basis on all of these things and what those pressures are. And you need to let us know. Yeah, Kay.
Sorry to the control room and the listeners about the crackling paper. I know the mics are picking that up really loudly.
My wife can hear you quite well when you're doing that.
Did she, sir? I
Yeah.
can hear dance. Yeah, I realized I need to do it under the table. These are very good mics. Back to your 3 options.
Mhm.
Were you looking for us to maybe net that down to one of those 3 plus Councilmember Schultz new option?
Haha, surprise.
next
It's
meeting?
4 options. No, I'm kidding.
Because I think of those 3, I think we should be able to provide some direction on which ones we may like to consider further and which ones we don't like.
Yeah, so.
I'll go first. Personally, I'd like number 3. I like the biggest area and the most properties involved.
Yeah.
I do think that the properties that are abutting are not being assessed enough by using your formula of just square footage. I think there's still too much burden on the existing properties and not enough on those that are benefiting by being abutting those properties. So I would like to, hopefully we can move that up a little, but generally speaking, that last one to me was the only logical viable one, other than pulling the plug on it altogether.
Ryan,
Sorry.
okay.
Go
Or
ahead, Amy.
if the city attorney were here, he would tell you that putting as much of the assessment on the frontage
Mhm.
is the safest legal way to do it because they're receiving the most benefit. So just keep that in mind when, if you're saying to remove more of the linear footage and more into the bigger area, we are moving into less legally friendly ground.
Right. Well, less solid ground.
Okay,
Right.
yeah.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, again, Dave Hutton with SCH, a little bit on the formula since I came up with it for Gen is, and a little background, I had 16 years in government, predominantly with Savage and Shakopee. Some of you probably maybe recalled me from those days, and 20 years on the consultant side, also working with the League of Minnesota Cities on special assessments and funding for over 10 years as a chair of the legislative district. I've done a lot of special assessment formulas and calculations in my 35-year career, especially in downtown businesses, streetscape elements. Front foot, I'm going to disagree a little bit with Brian and the city attorney. Front foot is not a very equitable way. The state law does not tell you how to calculate assessments. You can use whatever method you want. Front foot is usually not very equitable, as Jen showed in her first kind of two comparisons, long, skinny parcel, especially with lateral improvements like sidewalks and streetscape. And so in my career, I've been very successful. You use a combination of square foot because that way the density of people is based on square footage of building, not the length of your frontage. You can have a long building, long frontage with a very small building, and they're getting really nailed with the assessment. So I think a 50 front foot and 50 square foot really spreads out the assessments. As you saw, you don't have the highs and lows. Yeah, people are losers. I shouldn't say losers. There's some that go up and some that go down. But it spreads it out, makes it more even. And so I think using the 50,
Is that the number 3?
Yes.
Yeah,
So using
that's the one that I like
foot,
also.
50% square foot for those properties that abut the improvements seems more equitable, but then bring in the larger areas because they do have access, but they don't have direct frontage. So use the 50% square foot on those properties. And that's what we arrived at for the recommendation. Can you go 60-40 or 70-30? You could go crazy with trying to figure out the formula, but 50-50 seems to be the more equitable, and you don't have to worry about those high assessments on low value where you have to put a 25% arbitrary cap on their taxes. So it just seemed to level it out a little better. And that's really the ultimate test of a special assessment is that it is equal to everybody. So that was my rationale in recommending that to the city.
Well, thank you, Dave, because one of the things that we talked about when we were going down this road is to assess more of the people in the heart of the city, not just HOC 1, but HOC 2. And then staff said we should bring in HOC 3 because they're all benefiting. And so we should, even though they're not right on the street where the streetscapes are and all of the landscaping, but they're all benefiting by being in this special district.
Exactly. And by bringing in the square foot component and then expanding the area. Now, almost everybody's
it's reduced.
Does go down. Do some go up? Yes, you have to do that, especially the ones that didn't get assessed ever.
Yeah, like
brand
the
new parcel,
church.
they're obviously going
the
up,
school.
but it does help alleviate the higher assessment amounts. Yes.
Yeah. I do like number 3 as well, but I think I shared this with you, Jen and Ryan, is that there has to be conversation with the church and also with the school, because they were not assessed and now they're going to be assessed. So we need to engage those property owners, because I liked number 3 and I hear that Councilmember Keeley likes number 3 also. Councilmember Gustafson.
Actually, if we're going to continue to assess in the heart of the city, number 3 would be where I'd go.
Yeah.
If we're going to put it into our general fund, then that's a direction we'll go, but that's to be determined here. But if we're going to continue to assess, number 3, and Ryan, you brought up a good point about the administrative part of assessments and what.
Yeah.
It'd be a pain.
Yeah.
And I know why you're always talking about trying to get the streets off of it too, but how do you do it?
So number 3 is the direction, but take a look at what is the individual cost for residents and businesses throughout the whole city. Yes.
When you bring it back for a future look, and we talk about that 4th option, I think we I would like to understand, because I do feel that living in the area, there's certain benefits that I feel I'm getting that the rest of the city isn't, and I need to pay for. So there's a certain obligation there.
Yeah,
But I don't, and I think it's, snow plowing is one, the irrigation is another, and there may be others. So I hate to say this, but maybe there's a fifth option, because fourth is just pull the plug on the whole thing. But the fifth option is, okay, we'll socialize all of it, but this is tied directly to the properties down there, snow plowing being one, maybe irrigation, and I don't know if there's something else there, right? The beautification stuff, everybody enjoys, but the snow plowing, I'm enjoying. The irrigation in the easement in front of our property, I'm enjoying, right? That's making a difference on property that I use every day. And, it's not our property, but it's the easement area, and it's been irrigated, and, et cetera, et cetera. So I think those, I couldn't defend that to anybody, saying you all should pay for my irrigation and my 4 a.m. snow plowing before, when you have to wait till the end of the day because the city's big and they can't do it all at once, right? So there's an argument there that I want to find a path to that is justifiable for what we socialize and what we still keep in the special assessment. And I don't know, the only way to get to that is break it down, which is, I realize it's more work, but if we're going to do this, I want to do it right. So it'll last another 20 years without being changed or challenged.
Good point, Dan. I gotta say something. I never thought I'd hear you say socialize 5 times.
yeah.
I've actually been enjoying it.
Yeah, I have too.
I mean, I'm sitting here and I'm almost going through my chair, but I didn't say anything.
Isn't that what we're doing?
Oh, yes, it is.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. it
When
is.
when
Thank
you
you.
put a cost through the entire system, you're essentially operationalizing it.
I know,
socializing.
Well,
I just can't believe you're saying it.
But but that's a whole different discussion than what we've been talking about over here.
I got the term from somebody else.
Yes.
Question for the council, actually question for staff. So I'm hearing general consensus of the council that
three.
option 3 would be preferable.
Yes.
And the council is interested in considering the potential of moving the entire cost to the general fund.
We just want
With some
to take it.
exceptions potentially, because I wouldn't vote for 100%.
No, I wouldn't either.
There are some things that are just not, that I can't say it's okay for somebody else to pay for my.
Mowing.
There's no way I could go door knock this fall and say, hey, by the way, just want to remind you that you might have to wait
You're mowing my lawn.
till 7 p.m. at night to get your street plowed, but mine's not at 4 a.m. and I don't pay for it. You do.
Yep, and in all due respect to where the council's at and to Councilmember Schultz's question, I'm without a finance director at the table right now anyway.
Yes.
My question to Ryan and to Jen would be, when do we need direction from the council in order to move any of this along in our budget process and prepare for any sort of special assessment in 2023?
So for the special assessment, we have until the end of the summer before we'd have to levy that special assessment and have the public hearing. We were trying to shift all the special assessment hearings to be in the spring, but we did it last year, I think in October. So September, October is when we'd have to be ready to commit to, if we're going with a special assessment for 2023 assessments. As far as the budget, I think that's more the finance director and the schedule that he's working with.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So what I'm hearing, summary version is, we can get some information back to the council. We're going to have to do that ahead of the summer.
Yeah. And what you're hearing is 3 of us who like number 3. But in a collaborative way. Kara wants to take a look at what this would cost if it was to everybody. But I agree with Dan. For those of us who live in the heart of the city, we do get a higher service level than anybody else.
And to make it easier, I will amend what I am looking for and say, go with the idea that Councilmember Keeley proposed, but please do, when you're presenting that information, show what the average homeowner then would incur And then those couple amenities separated out on the assessment. So you can erase the one thing I added, and all I'm asking is just put a dollar amount per resident into the proposal that Councilmember Keely has asked for. Does that work?
Councilman.
I hear what you guys are saying over there, but as I'm listening to all this, I'm feared that we're gonna complicate this even more than it already is. With the assessments they have, now we're gonna start splitting out, this is gonna go here and what's gonna go there.
We already got it complicated.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
what we're doing with number 3 is uncomplicating it. Or if we're gonna do it in the general fund, it uncomplicates it, but what you guys are talking about, a hybrid, it's gonna.
Well, I think
No,
that's-
it
that's a
doesn't, it
question
doesn't
for staff to
complicate
answer,
it.
not-
I
not
don't
us.
think it complicates it
How
anymore.
Okay.
how complicated it is. And quite
Everything we
frankly,
give 'em, but
given
requires work.
the fact that interim city manager Lindbergh doesn't have a deputy city manager on the administrative side, doesn't have a chief financial officer other than
Yes.
an interim
Yeah.
part-time one. You know, if this can get done, great. If it can't, then we may go another year with the system that we have before we are able to address it in the right way. I don't want to rush it and fumble it shorthanded just to get it done this year. We'd like to get it done, but there's a resource issue that is very obvious that hasn't been addressed by this council with some open positions. So.
But yes, Jen.
So is the council looking to come back to another work session, have another discussion, or have just a staff memo sent to you with the information you're looking for?
Well, see, I like number 3. And I'm not looking forward putting this on the levy. So, Councilmember Schultz, do you want a memo or for staff to come back?
I think staff needs to come back on this. For one thing, we have a council member not present. So.
Okay. Did he
You're on
just,
Zoom now.
Well, let me just do it
did he
again.
just get?
Yeah. Let me just do it again.
Take your time.
But because we are asking for additional information.
Well, he can't vote
Yeah, you can't vote.
because it's not medical. Ryan?
I'm not asking him to vote tonight, so that's why it would be good to have him. Have it come
Yeah,
back.
but the
Consensus of it.
yeah,
I just want to bring up, if we go with option 5, the where
It's the new number.
I'm
the new
confused
4.
now.
Where
The new
it's
four.
truly
Minus the new
the amenities that we think is above and beyond, then we wouldn't be including the expanded effort. You would truly only be assessing the people who it's in front of. We wouldn't, I couldn't see a way to
Yeah.
expand
Yes.
that out.
Right.
So
right.
just so as long as you got that in your mind,
Yes.
yeah.
this wouldn't be a regional.
Would be socialized any longer.
It would be micro-socialized.
Okay.
I can see Ryan specifically choosing not to use that word, but
I'm gonna start using it a lot.
Yep.
Hello,
I think I
Vince.
got it from you.
Okay. All right, so the direction to staff is that we all like 3.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I think 3 of us like 3.
3 of us likes
enough.
3, which is the consensus, which is
And 4 of
the
us like
majority of
4 next
who's
to us.
here.
So this is 3 in a nutshell. It would be the direct benefit and indirect benefit concept. 50-50 on the direct benefit with the frontage and the square footage. And the indirect benefit would be the building square footage only with the expanded district. And then the community landscape position was something to consider adding into the assessment, which would be that.
And I think we actually
Yeah.
went with
And the
that
lighting.
plus the lighting.
Plus the
Well,
lighting,
We were enhancing your suggestion with
Yeah.
adding lighting.
which brings it to a different monetary calculation
Right.
that we
Yeah.
need to look at. We don't know what that
We're not
amount
gonna use
is.
Ryan's math yet.
Yep.
Yeah, not
Ryan,
trusting
but
not
We
trusting
don't know
Ryan
how
math.
good you calculate. No.
So what I'm hearing is to come back before the council at a future work session with 2 options. The one that is sort of the stripped down, what are the direct benefits that are just really unique to the heart of the city service levels, and then this with the enhanced 17% increase plus the lighting. Is that?
Yes.
What I had proposed was that we would engage with property owners, but I'd like to wait until you have a solid direction that I can then reach out and not have multiple options to present.
Agreed.
I
Yeah,
also don't want to
agreed.
say
Not
no
confuse anyone
assessment.
out
Yeah.
there.
Agreed, Jen. I'm so glad that, you know, you're saying your voice is being heard. Agreed.
Okay, I'm,
Dan Kay.
Question on snow plowing of adjacent properties. If a road is being plowed and the sidewalks, and one side of the street is in the HOC and the other side is not, didn't both properties benefit from that street being plowed?
I would say it's the more of the enhancement is the sidewalks. It's the
Sidewalk plowing or the
the
sidewalk?
sidewalk plowing, yes. The more the street plowing. We have some pickups down there, but you know, Nicollet is with our standard.
Because it's a thoroughfare.
Right. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm just thinking like
Nicollet and
the
the Parkway
Maven,
are
you know,
thoroughfares.
there's a street that separates the Maven from the city deck. And that street gets plowed early in the morning.
Mhm.
Residents of the Maven pull out of their parking lot onto a very early morning plowed street, which is exactly what I'm experiencing. So shouldn't they be included in the assessment because they're benefiting from that enhanced snow plowing and clearing? Maybe not the sidewalk, but the street plowing.
and they do have all new sidewalks around their building that they've installed that we now plow. So they are getting that benefit. And so there's a case to be made that portion of their frontage should be put into this, but it hadn't historically been. So we were keeping with our tiers.
Yep.
But as properties like the new gateway housing, if we go in and we put in new street lights and new street trees, then that pulls them into that direct benefit. So we aren't saying that this indirect and direct benefit is forever. It's as we're expanding those amenities, we bring them into that level.
I was just trying to think of those properties that are across the street from. So this side of the street gets assessed, but the other side doesn't, but they both are in front of the same street. The other side of the street needs to be assessed, even if they're not currently assessed today. They still need to be included because they are. And I think that's what we learned when you first brought this to our attention. We're like, how did they not get, how did that property, for instance, that's the most obvious example, not get included? How was it carved out somehow? And it should have always been included. So I think we have to fix those circumstances when we look at this by looking at the map and going, all right, we're going to plow the street, then both sides of the street are assessed.
Yeah.
Whether they're
Like
in or
Eagle
out today
Ridge.
doesn't matter.
I think you're talking about.
I think
it.
though,
The
everyone
one-
gets plowed, but
Maybe.
starting with plowing, I believe starts at 2 a.m., concludes by generally 6 or 7 a.m., right, Ryan? I mean,
Light snow.
on a light snow. I mean, I don't know that the street plowing is really the benefit. It's, as Ryan was saying, the sidewalks get plowed right away. That's more of the benefit. It's more of the pedestrian, not the vehicle
Okay.
amenities.
So snow plowing may not be calculated in the,
But one thing
direct
we
benefit
do
value.
in the heart of the city is that we haul the snow away. So you
Yeah.
don't see a lot
Oh,
of
that's
snow
sure.
It's not-
piles. And that's a direct benefit that you might see in the
You
district.
don't
that
see
you
those big mountains
pile,
of snow on
sure.
the side.
Mhm.
So you don't step out of your front door and have a big pile
Well,
of snow by
my
your.
wife shovels the
Someone leaving
sidewalk,
Cub.
even though it's been plowed because she shovels the whole sidewalk in front of her to get it clean to the concrete. It's just her preference for the dog bucking. But
Option 5, I really think we're gonna look and figure out where we're irrigating and where we're mowing. And that's gonna be,
that's gonna be,
that's gonna be. the-
that's gonna be the sum total
the
of the
main
added
thing.
value.
Right, that's gonna be the,
Yeah.
you know, if we're looking to try and reduce the number of parcels that get it, and then really truly just that direct.
Okay,
benefit.
because when you mentioned earlier, like street lights and this kind of stuff, a fancy street light versus a non-fancy street light doesn't really have any material value to the people living down there. It's just, is there a light there or not, right? And if there is a light there and it's out of the heart of the city, the folks on those streets are actually paying for those, correct? There's street light assessments in neighborhoods.
Mhm.
Yeah, because I remember paying mine in my old neighborhood and it was a long way from the heart of the city. So I wouldn't consider a fancy street light part of the amenity. I think the irrigation and the mowing, because that's really a maintenance thing,
Mhm.
right? That the person would have to pay or do themselves,
Mhm.
that the city is doing. I thought snow plowing it that early in the morning was the benefit that the heart of the city was getting, but it sounds like unless it's a really heavy snow, the whole city's getting done early in the morning before they might leave for work in many cases.
On a light snow.
On a light snow.
We can do that, but
Just clarify that.
we bring the whole works in at 2 a.m.
Gotcha.
A few people mobilize straight down to the heart of the city, are working on the sidewalks and pickup plowing type of thing.
Yeah.
And then all the trucks just disperse out at that time. And then, but we get through Nicollet quickly because that's one of the major roads, whether it's in the heart of the city or not.
Gotcha.
But to Ryan's point, a heavier snow, we would focus on the mains and then get into the
Gotcha.
neighborhood or
Yep,
the
the other
streets.
roads.
We will
Okay.
not be done with the whole city by
So I
6
think we have,
Right.
I mean, I
Yeah.
feel like we've got some better
We-
clarity now on
yeah.
that option 5 type of thing, and we're revised 4.
So I'll come back with both options and just the impacts of those costs at a future work session.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
We'll also
Eh.
make sure that Ryan, Dan, and I connect with Jen
Yeah.
to Councilmember Keely's point. If this has a 2023 budget impact, we'll make sure that it's at least starting to be factored into the numbers that you're all talking about in the budget process.
And Jen and Dave, thank you so much. This has been a big project, and I really am grateful for the number of years of experience that you've had with all of these assessments and the different methodologies that you brought to the table. Thank you. And to Jen, thank you for your leadership. Really appreciate it. And Ryan, thank you for your,
We'll thank them.
yeah, but all of
Thank you
you,
very
and
much.
Greg, thank you so much also. So staff, you got everything then for this. Okay, great.
Crystal clear.
Okay. Okay, and the next one is Human Resource Strategic Plan, and we have our Human Resource Director, Carissa Bartholomew, is presenting, and it's good to see you. And
Good to
Thank
see you. Thanks.
I
for
know
having
you're
me.
trying to be safe, to deliver that baby safe.
Yes.
So, thank you.
Thank
Okay.
you.
And
Good-
so this is informational item only, and you're not looking for any
Correct.
direction. You want us to know what you're doing.
Yep.
Thank you, Carissa.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. Yes, this is purely informational. In late 2021, the Human Resources team completed their strategic plan. This is something we're really excited about and just something I wanted to share with the council. We worked hard to create it and really listen to employee feedback that we received and also align it with our strategic priorities of making sure we're creating great experiences for our employees so that they can create great experiences for our community. So with that, I'm just going to cruise through this at a very high level and just give you the big hitters here. I'll talk a little bit about our goals and priorities as a department. And that's really the heart of this strategic plan and everything that's put into it. You know, it came from listening to staff in the organization on what do they want HR service to look like? What do they need? Doing a little bit of a market analysis, just checking in on how other, HR departments are doing, what benefits they're offering, things like that. Again, of course, aligning it with our strategic priorities and then just looking, how do we make this happen, right? Where do we want to go and how do we get there? So that's really our strategic plan in a nutshell and what I'll be reviewing with you. So again, the heart of this plan are goals and priorities. So we created 5 goals as an HR team that we want to work to accomplish. So goal 1, becoming a trusted partner, focusing on employee and people manager service. Developing our people and teams to be their best. Creating clear processes and systems rooted in best practices. Being an employer of choice. And then continuing to enhance service and efficiency by leveraging advanced technology. I just wanted to give you a little bit of background on some of the summary feedback that we received from our staff in the organization. We asked 3 simple questions, what's going well, what can be improved, and what do we want? And what we heard from them, establish programs, relationships, creativity, innovation, expertise, leadership, organizational development. We heard all of these things and we saw 3 primary themes emerging from that. They're looking for partnership, they're looking for practices, and they're looking for development. They really want trusted HR experts. They want our expertise. They want us to champion employees and serve the organization. They want innovative and creative HR solutions and practices. And then they want to continue to have individuals, teams, people managers in our organization develop to make sure we're ensuring all of our employees can be the best that they can be and creating the best organization that we can create for ourselves internally and then externally for the community as well. This is just a fun slide I figured I'd throw in there. This is just a little snapshot at, what are other HR departments doing? What's their FTE count? This is sorted. It's our market cities sorted by budget. So you can see it's budget that's sorting the filter down.
Wow.
You can just see just where Burnsville sits. We're really proud of what we're doing in HR. We are the only city within our market that's doing organizational development. That's something we're really proud of. And then you can kind of just see different HR FTE counts depending on the city. And then of course, some HR departments do take on payroll, some don't. We as a department do have payroll. We also did a quick check within the market with our cities to see, where are we sitting with benefits that we're offering employees right now. So just at a high level, deductibles, we're below average on deductibles, out-of-pocket max, and co-insurance. But I do have a little note, the caveat on co-insurance is for 2022, we have hit a competitive marker there. So really just deductibles and out-of-pocket max, we're still sitting at below average when we're looking against our market cities. Co-insurance, we're there now in 2022. Employer premium contributions, competitive, HSA contributions above average. So that's always helpful when it comes to recruiting and selling our benefits package. Dental, we aren't competitive. We do have many agencies that offer dental at some level to employees. We don't provide any kind of paid contribution to dental at all here. Short-term disability, same thing. Some of the market cities do offer short-term disability. I've seen it through allowing employees to take some form of leave and funnel it into short-term disability as a bank, or providing some type of bank of short-term disability for them. So not sitting at competitive there. The rest of them are, though, long-term disability competitive, tuition reimbursement competitive, life insurance competitive. So we have a lot of good things going, but just kind of wanted to highlight at a snapshot what that looked like with our total benefits package against our market. And then our alignment with strategic priorities. Really, our objective for the HR team is simple. We want to take care of our employees so they can take care of the community. And that's done through a variety of ways, right? Employee engagement, inclusion and belonging efforts, developing our people managers to create high functioning teams and a supportive environment for all, progressive policies, best practices in place to help us recruit and retain staff, training and development for our employees, making sure we give them everything that we can to help them be their best here. Best in class recruitment, onboarding, offboarding, attractive and affordable benefits, and then accurate and timely payment of wages. And so with that, we kind of took, what we were hearing from staff, where we want to go as an organization, our strategic priorities, and we created our 5 goals that I had mentioned earlier, right? So becoming a trusted service partner, developing our people and teams to be their best, clear processes and systems, being an employer of choice in technology and advancements. So we just broke them out as a department and said, okay, what are we working on? And we've broken them out into years 1 and 2, and then years 3. Our strategic plan just goes for 3 years, but we highlight more at a granular level. What are we going to focus on, when and how? So, becoming a trusted service partner. Some examples would be making sure we're getting our employees the training that they need, so they have the expertise that they need to help be a true consultant and service partner to our employees. Also looking at cross-training to make sure no matter which HR partner you're dealing with, your service is consistent across the organization, whether you're working with myself, Beth, Janae, anyone within the department. developing our people and teams to be their best, continuing to hard charge organizational development, employee engagement, growth development. We're really proud of our Burnsville University, our organizational university for employees, continuing to create more experiences there, continue to grow and develop our employees. Processes and systems, making sure they're clear, making sure they're documented. We don't have all of our systems documented yet, so really working through that. And then also going through process improvement. Is this the best process for our employees? Is this the best experience? Continuing to look to be an employer of choice. And what does that mean in terms of the policies we're offering, the benefits we're offering, the pay, just continuing to look at that year over year and make sure we're just understanding where we are within the market and then making recommendations as we find appropriate. And then continuing to advance our department in technology and making sure the technology we are using works as best as it can for us and is a great experience for our employees. And then moving forward, are there other things that we can use to help create better experiences for our employees or make more efficient processes for the department? And that is the HR strategic plan in a nutshell.
Thank you. Yeah, Dave.
You don't need to get into specifics, but I'm curious, the dental and the short-term disability, where we were like not
competitive.
Yeah, not competitive.
Yeah, we don't.
I haven't heard of too many in-betweens of where we are, right? We offer it and it's usually it's like prepaying for services because dental insurance is quite dramatically different than health insurance. Or in some cases, it's completely paid for by the employee and maybe a good portion by, if they're family members by the employer, right? It's sort of like either here it is, take advantage of it, or here it is and it's mostly all paid for. Not a lot of in between. What were the other cities offering for dental, for example?
What we were seeing is a lot of agencies providing the cost for single dental coverage. And then the rest of it, if you had single plus one or family, that was something that the employee is paying for. Whereas we, as an organization, we offer it, but the employee has to pay the full cost of it,
right?
whether they're single, exactly.
Or partial cost or whatever.
Yep. Yes. Yeah.
And are we unique in that? I mean, are there other cities that just offer it, or were we an outlier?
I would have to double check, but I feel like we're more leaning towards the outlier. I feel like more agencies are offering dental than are not at some type of percentage,
right?
Likely just the single coverage, or even I would have to double check our data, but even a percentage of single, some type of contribution towards it.
And just to close out, this is all part of, much like salaries, like benefits, this is all part of the pressure that we're under today to attract good employees because there's such a shortage of employees available in the workforce. Everybody's upping their game.
They are.
So I think the timing of this is really good. So we understand where we're short. But it is just, it's part of the market forces that we're not in control of that are demanding us, like every employer out there, to make sure we offer, good benefits, good environment, good everything, right? To be able to attract the best employees.
Exactly.
So appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I have to say thank you. We've never had the HR director present the strategic plan before us.
You're welcome.
In the past.
Thank you for having
So I
me.
really appreciate, Carissa, that you're saying, here's what we're doing and here's how we're continuing to improve and to make sure that we're giving our employees what they need so that they can do a great job for the residents and businesses of Burnsville. So thank you. And thank you for your leadership.
Thank you.
Yeah. Great work. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We are at roundtable, and the first item on roundtable is the Dakota Broadband Board. Karen.
Okay. So I gave an update previously on the Dakota Broadband Board that it was not going well. And specifically, they were not looking to address some of the concerns that we had expressed, the county had expressed, Lakeville also had expressed. And at this point, they were looking for, because we are the 3 cities that have not signed the IRU. And so they were looking at sign it or don't sign it, but just make up your mind on that. We had hoped that we would be able to split the INET and the CNET into 2 parts and keep them a little more discrete. And that might be a solution going forward that would work for all of the partners that are within.
So we did receive the IRU.
Yes.
And so they had you either mark what you want or.
Right, which made it more complicated, but didn't actually solve the base issues. And there are also challenges just looking at the JPA itself and the exit terms and things like that. So we had looked at, could we open the JPA to redefine a couple of the terms, and then we would be able to proceed forward. And it was decided, no, we cannot. No, I should rephrase that. No, we will not open the JPA because that would require the cities that had already signed to take the JPA back and re-sign it. And I, worked to convey this. Lakeville did, county did as well. So the last meeting became even more challenging than the one before. And in that meeting, it got very stark of just do this. Like, you need to just do this or you need to just not. And this is the way forward and we're all good with it. So you need to be good with it and go forward with it. The other unfortunate thing was in the executive meeting that was held before the meeting for the board, the discussion was centered around how do we get around or push Burnsville, Lakeville, and the county to do this. And if we can't, how do we replace their representatives on our board? And that gets into a question of, are you a group acting in good faith? Can you work together as partners on this? And that also makes that a little more difficult. The meeting got to the point where there was questions to county staff, intimating that they were not doing their jobs, that they were not presenting information to the county commissioners, and that needed to be overseen. So to say that the discussions have disintegrated, that's where we're at. It looks strongly, and the county commission that is working with this, they're looking at pulling out. That's the appearance that it is. And frankly, if the county does, we're going to take a final vote on that, but we'll see. This is a process and nothing moves quickly. I do not see how the DBB exists as an organization. So I'm bringing that to all of you. And I think we need to have staff start exploring what do we do and what are our options without the DBB? Because I think that's where we're at. And that's not the information I wanted to report. That's not where I wanted us to be. This was just an unexpected turn from January, and it's not gotten better. It's gotten worse.
Yeah, I was, to say the least, surprised at your last report.
I was too.
And so I went and watched the meeting and read the minutes, because I'm thinking, how is it that it disintegrated?
Yeah.
To this place? And so I understand the committee of the whole. Greg, is that the committee of the government whole for the county that got together to talk about the broadband?
I believe, to Councilmember Schultz's point, it's the county's general
Committee of the whole.
You're proving how much of a novice I am. The general government committee or general, I can't remember.
The general government committee of
GGP, I
the
believe, is the
whole.
acronym.
Yeah,
And from my understanding, that group gave
staff
direction to really narrow down the scenario to county staff to start considering
exiting.
just an exit of the DBB. And as I understand it, Councilmember Schultz, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. That decision will go back for an April 5th board vote of some sort, just by way of process.
Yeah, and I understand that they probably have votes to exit. So from my perspective, this was an initiative that the county brought to the table to bring all of us together. And they had the largest asset base. And so if they exit, the DBB no longer exists.
Yes.
Because they have the largest asset base, and the next largest asset base is City of Burnsville. So from my perspective, and we're right in the midst of budgets and all of that. And Greg, I don't know. I know that Tom Venables is probably aware of what's going on at the county. And I know he's short-staffed. And if this comes back in-house for us, we need to understand what our pressures are going to be and what you need, because this is something that's going to affect the budget as we move forward.
So, Mayor, to your point, and Council, the discussion at Roundtable, when Kara brought this in the February work session, it was part of her reports. The council did ask that staff start to consider scenarios. We are steep in that work. Some of that work is dependent on a formal decision at the county level.
Yeah.
And we're still waiting on some pieces of information to make that assessment whole, for lack of a better way of putting it. So Tom has been very deeply involved in considering scenarios, and really pulling together not only the options, but what the cost impacts of those options might be. And there are a number of creative ways to think about this. So we've been putting the work into that over the course of the past 4 weeks.
My concern is that, we're looking at this 10-year outlook, and we've already gotten the first view of that 10-year outlook. And this is going to add more pressure to all of that. So I don't see us doing anything with the DBB. Let the county play it out. They brought this initiative to all of us. They brought the JPA and said, let's do this. So I don't want to act on anything tonight with the
with the DBB, but I want to be proactive.
Yes, and that's exactly why I'm bringing this forward, is that, you know,
I
we do need
just,
to
I want to protect
just have our
us.
plans.
I
yes.
want to protect our staff. I want to protect the citizens of Burnsville and the businesses of Burnsville. So this is where I'm at, but we do nothing. Let the county brought this to the table to all of us. Let the county go through their process.
And it may be that the county ends up with a different proposal. And
yeah, I
that
don't
could
know.
be one of the options. And we just don't know that yet.
Yeah,
We
and I
know
don't
that,
want to
so.
speculate on what I want. I only thinking about Burnsville. And I'm thinking about our staff and what they're challenged with right now.
Absolutely. And I don't, you know, even if there's an exit or a move to dissolve, this is not something that will happen overnight.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we will have time to plan. And it may be that, okay, this particular configuration did not work, but there may be a different cost sharing configuration that could be entered, because I do think we found value in it, and I do believe that others found value in that. We'll see,
boy.
but
Yeah.
I do know that
right
that
now,
is
my
something we're
trust level in that, you know, let's find
May I
out.
ask a question about this?
Yes, Vince, okay.
If we're going to be,
To get the,
Vince, if you could
can
just-
you get your volume to go higher on your side?
I'll talk closer to the screen. That usually helps.
Okay,
Can you hear me better?
yeah, better.
Just as we're exploring this, I would be curious to know if there's any scenario where maybe if DBB disbands or dissolves, if there's a potential partnership with Burnsville, the county, and potentially Lakeville, that offset, you know, costs and maintenance and things like that the DBB would have otherwise provided. So I know that's a little bit of a ways out, but just planting a seed now is maybe a potential partnership if DBB should go away.
Yeah, Greg.
Mayor, Councilmember Workman, thank you for the suggestion. It is something that Tom and I have discussed and that Tom is working on. I'm going to take no credit for the work that Tom is putting into this. So it is a scenario that we're considering. We don't have all of the information from the county and our other partners that we would need to put any sort of well thought out, ready for policy decision.
I'm not looking for anything. Right now, I want to protect Burnsville, our staff. Those speculations and those opportunities are out there, and there's time to really look into it. And right now, you know, I want us to, you don't have the staff available. So focus on what we need to do right now.
So absolutely, Mayor. Vince, to your question, we are working on that, and that will be a scenario that we'll put back in front of the council. I will say, I made a couple of commitments to Tom tonight. Number one, that I wouldn't speak for him when he wasn't available to be here. So I'm going to try hard not to do that, but we do generally agree with each other that partnership is at the top of our priority list should something change here, right? So that's the kind of the general philosophy and approach that we'll take to all of our assessment, and give us the amount of time that we're going to need to work through with our partners what some of those options might be.
There's no expectation that we would have a solution tonight of any kind. I just mentioned that to plant a seed and kind of start thinking about potential, pathways forward. So no, there's no expectation that we would have that even remotely close to ready as a viable solution right now.
Council members, Councilmember Gustafson, you wanted to speak?
This is very disturbing for me, as you can well imagine.
I'm sure it is.
I did watch the meeting after you gave your report as well. I have a different opinion than you had of how terrible it got. What I saw was a lot of leaders throughout the county were trying to figure out a way to keep this thing together.
Yes.
And they keep changing wording, and they did add the verbiage in there. You could opt out of a CNET.
Yeah.
That didn't get brought back to us. We never got to talk about that. They talked about doing community outreach and talking to our businesses and our residents. That never came back to us. We're going to operate as a council. We got to share information. We're going to have different opinions on things, and I get that. But we got to share that information so that we can explore every avenue as we go along. And I agree with Madam Mayor. The county, to me, I can't trust them. They brought us into this. They signed a JPA as well as we did, as well as Lakeville did. And now they're going to turn around and turn their backs on us. We have hundreds of thousands of dollars invested in this. We have, I can countless man hours invested in this. I mean, Tom Venables, half his time was doing all this stuff over there. I mean, there's so much that we're losing in this. And quite frankly, we have spent the last 5-6 years in this city taking down barriers for businesses to come into this city. And by stopping that CNET, you're putting a barrier up. And that's my opinion. I think our citizens want choices. I think our residents want choices, and we're not going to allow them to have that choice by not having that CNET. And ironically enough, next week, we're going to vote on someone putting another antenna on one of our city properties again. I mean, the two are the same thing as far as I'm concerned. We don't do content. We don't build out the nodes. We don't do any of that. All we do is lease out existing
Build the
wire
infrastructure.
in our city that the taxpayers have already paid for. And it's a way to recoup some of that and make it work. So this is very disturbing to me.
Nothing,
And I'll
nothing
tell you
bars
this,
our
I do
city
not
from
trust a
doing that.
JPA from that county right now, period. Period. They drug us down this road. We spent hundreds of thousands of dollars of taxpayer money, and now it's like, oh, we're gonna change course. You can't trust them.
There's
You
nothing
can't
that
trust
bars
Lakeville. I would never do something
Burnsville.
with Lakeville.
If Burnsville wishes to lease that fiber to businesses, there is absolutely nothing stopping us from doing that.
Yeah.
We can do that left,
Then why
right,
are
and
you so
center.
against the CNET then?
Because the contract that's attached to it is a bad deal for the city, period.
Yes.
The JPA was fine. The JPA was clean and it was good. The INET was what we wanted. Right,
I don't know.
the
CNET was there
IRU
from the very beginning, Dan, and you know it.
That was under a different arrangement. When the IRU came to us, that's what turned everything south. Because it was not a good deal.
It's not different than the JPA.
Oh, it's very different.
No, it's
There's
not.
lots
Did you
of
read it?
liability in there. Oh, I've spoken with our lawyer many
Yeah,
times
I'm
about
sure.
this contract. Yeah, I got a full scoop on how bad it was. And it's all I needed to say, to see, right?
Where was it bad?
This is a discussion we need to
Yeah,
have.
it is a
right now.
discussion we need to have.
Well, then pull out the
Where
contract.
was
Do you
it
have the
bad?
IRU
I
in
don't,
front of you?
but you're
Okay, well
telling me
then-
there's things in that
well
are
then-
bad, so you must know
yeah,
what they are.
Then have a discussion with the experts that tear apart contracts and let them explain it to you.
Okay.
Because
And our lawyer said that
And-
that was a bad contract? You saying our lawyer, our city attorney told us that that's a bad contract?
attorney-client privilege.
What?
Okay, I have a conversation with the lawyer. I'm not going to share.
Oh,
exactly
you
what-
have a different lawyer you talk to.
I don't
So-
remember anybody questioning Dan Gustafson's viewpoints on thinking this was a good thing, the way he's questioning people's opinions about thinking this is a bad thing.
Yeah, I mean, the
People are
bottom,
entitled to their positions, Dan, and not getting attacked about it.
the contract was a good thing 10 years ago, 8 years ago. The IRU soured it. It was a bad deal for us. We didn't want to be a part of it. We wanted to be a part of the IRU. We made that clear for the last 2 years. Split it, and we will sign up for
And
the
they've been
IRU.
making changes ever
And
since
they
over there,
wouldn't
come
do it.
back with things for
So,
us.
yeah,
And in
one of
fact,
the
I
things
believe at
where,
your last meeting, you were asked to come back and ask us what verbiage they needed for us to sign a contract.
We are asked to bring that information back.
Yep.
However,
And we haven't been asked that either.
if the county is leaving, the point is moot.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
that's what I am letting you know.
Okay.
okay,
So
And it sounds like the deal went south for the county too. I mean, what this
Mhm.
started out as
What's up
with
with
the
the commissioners, not the
JPA
staff?
was a wholly different deal than what it turned
so
into.
I
with that
don't
IRU.
know where this is going to take us.
And I
for-
did give the information back to him, and I have done that repeatedly. And it was a vote on this council of what we were looking for. And they said that was not possible. Now, in the last meeting, they said, well, come up with your things and bring it back. We have, and that has been presented to them.
Okay.
So we have tried to go back with them and work with them, but this is where we're at on this. And I'm letting people know, I don't think the DBB is going to be in existence. So we do need to plan for that.
I'm just going to end with this. In my opinion, I think our citizens of this city and our business of this city just lost, and it's setting us back.
Kara, can you provide me a quick point of clarification?
I'm going to say,
terrible.
yeah, we all have our opinions about this, and I thank you, Dan, for voicing, because this has been something that you have been passionate about from the very beginning, and you have been our liaison there. So you've seen this throughout, and I understand where Dan K, you're coming from, and the IRU is what made you change your mind from the beginning, because you were very much in favor of partnerships and the broadband, because it has been very good for the city of Burnsville when we look at the communications center and how we leverage all of that cost throughout all of the cities and the county. So right now, my concern is the city of Burnsville. My concern is our staff. My concern is making sure that our staff understand that we're going to support them and the pressures that we have. So Greg, I think you're already in contact since we got information about the meeting of the government of the whole. So I just
to
want
let
to
you know,
make sure.
with the recommendation on the county, it's on their consent agenda. That's where it's at for them.
Well, I think in what I read, the votes are there.
The votes are there.
They have the votes. That's what.
Can I ask Kara a quick clarification question?
Certainly.
Yeah, Vince.
One of the points of contention, as I understand it, is that if a city chooses to opt out after this is signed, they have an obligation, and this is where I'm failing to remember, to either replace it was either the funds or the actual infrastructure of fiber itself. It was some very unattainable feat that essentially ties these communities to the DBB indefinitely. Kara, do you know what I'm talking about?
Well, this is why, Vince, because with regard to the JPA, the county brought us to this party, and if the county chooses to exit, the DBB is dissolved.
I understand that, but there was a wording in the contract that caused concern, and I'm just trying to remember what that specifically was.
Have our staff take a look at all of that. For me, right now, I stand in protection of this city and in protection of the taxpayers of this city. And that's our residents and our business. So, Greg, I think the direction is, and you're already working on it to look at the scenarios, but I also want to make sure that you take into consideration your needs with regard to the pressures and the challenges that you now face. And we do nothing, let the county exit. Then that exit clause comes out of the county, and my hope is that we don't suffer as much.
And we'll see on the next DBB meeting coming up, and because it is fair for them. It is absolutely fair, and the chair is asking this, to ask cities and the county, are we moving forward or are we dissolving? And that is a fair question after this length of time.
I'm going to just leave it to the
ask.
county. The county brought us to this party. County acts, and it appears to me that they have the votes. You said it's going to be on their consent agenda, then the exit clause and everything else rolls out of that.
Yeah, so
So,
I'm sure that's what we'll be going over and discussing at the
so,
next meeting.
yeah. So, Greg, is there anything else that you need from us on this particular subject?
Mayor, council members, it would be my plan to bring those scenarios back to the council for a work session discussion. I think timing on that is dependent on, right now, seems clear that from the General Government and Policy Committee, my apologies to the county for my lack of ability to remember their committee names, that when the board takes action, to Councilmember Schultz's point, on April 5th, that should free us up to have a bit more information about next steps in anticipation of a future DBB board meeting. We could bring this back at your April work session. I would look for direction from you as to what information you want and when.
In April, or do you want it now? Because right now I want to make sure you have the ability to get the information. Tom is short-staffed. You're short-staffed. You know, your finance department, you have an interim finance director.
I believe it's reasonable for us to bring some scenarios back to you at your April work session. If memory serves, Michelle, help me out. Is that April 15th? 12th? Dates are hard. I think we could bring some information back to you. It's highly dependent on what happens between now and then as to how complete that information is, right? So the risk of bringing that discussion back would be I have to sit with you again and say we need more time.
And that's okay. For me right now, I don't want to put so much pressure on you and Tom and the rest of the staff. I mean, good Lord, just earlier tonight, you know, you're having challenges with the finance department. And we have a budget coming up and we're starting working on it. So members of the council, I'm going to ask you.
This is not going to happen overnight.
No, but I'm going to ask you to give our staff the ability to move through this at a pace that allows them to get the work done and not challenge what they're experiencing right now.
No, absolutely. That's all we're looking for. I'm just praising so that we can be ready.
Yeah. So are you okay with the direction to just give them the time to do this work?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We need the time.
Yeah. Okay.
We appreciate that. I know that Tom appreciates that. And we'll be back in front of you when we feel that we have the right information for you to have an informed discussion.
Yeah. Do it. Well, thank you so much. Okay. The next one is also yours, Kara. I think this has to do with winter lighting.
Yes, it does. So in talking about, in this branched off the assessment of heart of the city discussion, looking at the lighting that we do, holiday lighting, that type of thing. Also coming into a discussion of, are we going to be looking at some unified branding in the city? You know, what does that look like? I thought this would be a good time to look at how we do our holiday lighting, what that consists of, and is that something we want to change, update, modify, do differently, expand, contract? What does that look like? And I think that this is a good time to do that because it fits in with some of the other things that we're doing. So that's what I want to bring to council. There are different things we could do. For example, like you're talking about year-round lighting. Okay, well, what about, you know, we have the snowflakes, but what if there are other things that we could put up? Or, you know, what does that look like when we wrap the trees? We're starting to get some trees that we're not reaching the top. And then we got like little trees kind of near them. And, so is this the time to reevaluate how we light those areas?
I would say that if, to address that particular item, let's make sure we bring our partner into this discussion and that it's not just us. The Burnsville Community Foundation have been a great partner from the very beginning. And they're the ones who raised the money from the very beginning for us to illuminate our city. So whatever we're going to do with the lighting, I would submit to all of you that we have that discussion with the Burnsville Community Foundation. And we're coming up at our next meeting, and we're going to be going through our vision and strategic plan with the Community Foundation. And so that will come up. But one of the things that's very clear from the Community Foundation is that this is a project that is very dear to them.
Yes.
Raising the money. So they are saying that they will continue to raise the money and get to 30 or 35. But they also wanted to say, if we fall short, it's about covering themselves. But that's always been there, if you fall short. But if they can raise the 35 or even more, they're going to do that. We're going to be discussing, do they ask for more money? Since the trees are big and people want more. So that's a discussion that's going to be coming up at the meeting.
So seems like it's good timing then.
Yeah, let's.
And
I don't know if
and
it's
have
something that
communications involved and all of that.
And
for
I don't
branding
know
and-
if that's something that you are looking to do right away, but so what I'm hearing you say is it's time for us to take a look at that. And I would say we can have that discussion, but bring the Burnsville Community Foundation to the table. And Greg, perhaps our community engagement people can be a part of all of that, because that's what we're trying to do here, is engaging the community and our partners on,
Right. Well, and I think it's good timing because like we made a decision about the tree in the park, right? So that has a different look. So maybe it's time that, yes, and we do want to involve our partners as well. We definitely want to involve your department. We want to involve communications. No, we're gonna keep you guys out. You're not allowed, because the other thing that I want that I want us to look at is there's the design aspect and how it looks. And then there is also the functionality aspect of how do you make it work, right? And the man hours and all that kind of stuff. So, I want to make sure that we're not making it more complex or more time involved, or, you know what I'm saying?
Like, I know, because Garrett, didn't you bring some animated lighting for the holidays to us at one point, and that also to light up Nicollet Commons Park, and you had different animated.
Madam Mayor and Council, Ryan and I get the pleasure to work a lot together, and when we were looking at the replacement of the tree in the park, we wanted to look at different options of, is it a tree that we want to put back in the park, or do we want to have tunnels or create some type of different experience? So yes, we did do
you brought
a presentation a couple of years ago as we were getting closer to that replacement, and ultimately it was decided upon that the tree was the right decision at the time. So
very nice tree.
Yeah, perhaps
it is a nice focal point.
Perhaps this is the time
give you
that you might want to resurrect with Kara's ideas here, resurrect the ideas that you brought, the concept that you had with the vendor that you were working with, and say, here are some of the ideas. I just want to remind everybody the cost is going to be there. There's a cost, because we went with the tree, I think, because it was cheaper than all the other lighting fixtures that you had around.
There is, but and it's not just in the park area. What I'm also talking about is on our streets as well. how do we want that to look? How do we want it to
Yeah.
function?
And
Because I
Ryan-
do know that, like, putting the lights up, taking the lights down, that kind of thing. Is that still the look that we want, and coupled
Yeah.
with the effort and the maintenance and all that type of thing? Or are there other options that we could look at on our streets?
Well, Ryan, I'm going to come to you, but you also had an option where you lit the tree. You had a purple
From the
light,
ground up.
uplit
Looked
it,
really nice.
uplit it.
uplights.
You could do
Yeah,
that in the
yeah,
summertime
uplit it.
too.
Okay, go.
Something I would, we're up with the 3-year contract. So
Yes.
our current 3-year contract just came up. We got to go out for one this year. What I would recommend is we do a 1-year contract with the current lighting. And
they've done a good
I would recommend we do a outside work session in the middle of winter of all things.
Okay.
And we go look at it and see what we like and we don't like. I'm afraid of
Can we bring
trying to
eggnog?
figure this out now.
Yes.
And let's just see what it looks like for 1 year and then point out, because I agree. I see some of the trees, the lights
I
get
know.
halfway up it
And they're
and they don't look to the
dangling
top.
Hey, I have people telling me, as I said earlier, the trees have gotten so big, can't we put more lights up there?
And we just have to have a lift for every tree. And then of
Yeah.
course, so
That's why I
it's-
like the uplighting, because it'll take the
I
whole
know.
thing.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You know,
I am on board with that. And again, this is nothing that like we need to decide in a month and blah, blah. I like that idea of extending that contract for a year. I like the idea of us looking at the lighting this winter and really taking a fresh eye as to the functionality of it and the design.
okay.
Let's take a
So
look. Yeah.
what Garrett and I will do is bring that to our Community Foundation Board Strategy meeting. And then Ryan and
chocolate.
Greg. So what I'm hearing from Ryan is that this winter we'll start looking at.
I like it. Ryan,
Possibilities.
great field trip suggestion.
Thank
I
you.
really appreciate
It
that.
will be 20
having
below
that
and,
meeting and
a
having that
blizzard,
meeting
no.
outside.
I'll
So,
bring the hand warmers.
yeah. So
I got hot pockets.
Oh,
Yeah.
perfect.
There
Yes,
you
please.
okay,
Like it.
so at least
Bring schnapps.
know the timing of all of this. So,
Yes.
okay, so
Yeah.
it's not until this coming winter that we'll be doing
Okay.
anything. And then with all of your permission, we'll just direct staff to
Yeah.
decide when we do that.
I like your
It'll be
idea better.
after, it'll be probably December or January.
I like your idea better. I'll see if we can just extend the current contract 1 year with
Yeah.
people
Yeah.
instead of
Yeah.
going out, instead as opposed to trying to go for new ones
Yes.
and see if they can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, save some
Okay,
effort on our part.
Yeah.
does
no kidding.
that does work. Okay. Very good. Greg, is that?
Mayor and council,
good?
thank you for very clear direction and the flexibility to
Hey.
follow Ryan's lead. Ryan, thank
Yeah.
you very much. And I'm going to take the opportunity just to point out that both Ryan and Garrett are here. And I appreciate our senior leaders choosing to spend their evenings talking about important
Yeah.
things with you. So thank you
So-
for being
They
here.
didn't have anything better to do.
Clearly not.
So.
Yeah, so Greg, I
Taco
think
Tuesday.
when
It is
we
Taco
have,
Tuesday.
the only thing that I would ask that when we're going to have this work session outside in the cold, maybe we have some of our folks from communication and community engagement. So depending on how that engagement spreads out, if
Sure.
it goes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Ryan will be our staff's favorite person in suggesting a 20 below outdoor work session. So we'll make that happen.
Do we have it in one of our warming houses?
We'll work on
We
it.
don't have a warming house in the heart of the city.
Well, I have a community engagement vehicle though.
That's true.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah,
We'll
that's
have
true.
it that time.
Yeah,
We'll-
okay.
Yeah.
We'll just
We will
jump
yes.
in and get warm and jump
We
back
have
out.
the med cruise.
Oh, okay.
Madam Mayor, we will,
Yeah, we can look out the
we will
window
make
and
it
see.
happen to your point, and yes, we'll make sure that the right staff are involved too. That's a great
Yeah,
suggestion.
because that's what we talk about, making sure we engage our partners because they're going to help us raise the money, engage our community in all of this. So, yeah, they too are enjoying and benefiting from the lights. So,
Yes.
and they like it. Yes, Garrett.
I just wanted to say, in addition to this particular item, I have been listening to the meeting and I just wanted to affirm that all of our outdoor warming or ice rinks are also off-leash spaces, so.
Oh, they are
I know that
off-leach
was a
spaces?
topic and.
Yeah.
Well,
It's on the
hey,
website.
I didn't
yeah,
get to park
that's-
on my house all the
Well
time.
done,
So
Director.
I just wanted to make sure that was
When
on
did
the
we
record.
do that? Like start doing, I guess. maybe? Or when did the citizens start leading the charge to do it for? Because that's what we thought happened is. that-
No,
Yeah.
Garrett and his team. Garrett
So-
also is the one who brought the dog park to
Yes.
us.
Madam Mayor, council members, I worked with a community group in 2002 to create the Alamagnet Dog Park.
Yeah.
And at that time, the only
And then
place
we
you
set
could have the
aside, how
dog
many
off leash
acres did
was
we set
in
aside?
The outdoor rink. So
Yeah,
this has been
yeah,
before my time. It was something that was allowed in Burnsville. So
yeah.
Great.
So there it is. You learn something every day. But the thing is, Alamagnet, how many acres is that?
it is 7 acres.
7 acres. And I
believe
remember when you
7
brought it
acres.
to us, and it was a great idea. And we had no pushback, but all the other cities had pushback, but no pushback. Yeah, so that, and that's yours.
We were bold then, and we've gotten lots of phone calls from people around the country wanting to know more about our story.
Yeah.
So it's been,
So,
it's been a
good
great
work.
success.
Love that.
Awesome. Yeah.
Good work. And I think Greg and Garrett and Ryan, we should have it in one of our briefs that goes out and let people know that it's our ice rinks are off-leash areas because, and they're protected.
Oh, that'd be nice to put in the bulletin that we send out.
Yeah, that's the one. It's our bulletin briefs.
So
that
I will
come.
leave it in Garrett's capable hands to talk with our communications folks and get some information out there.
Chris has got plans.
It's great.
We can do that for sure.
Okay, very good. Okay, I don't know if Vince has anything, if he's still here.
Madam Mayor, he had to step away for just a few minutes, so he might not be online.
Okay. Dan G.
Oh, are we doing board reports now?
Yeah, because
Oh,
we're
okay.
done with
Um,
the roundtable.
Tomorrow night, the task force meets again. And we'll be finalizing the liquor ordinance tomorrow night, which will be coming back. to
Thank
us,
you, Ryan. Thank you, Garrett.
Next month.
Have a good night.
So we'll be finalizing what the suggestions are in the liquor ordinance, which will be coming to us as a council next month.
Okay,
CDB, we haven't met this month, so there's nothing to report on that.
okay.
But it's gonna be a big meeting tomorrow night, and I think it's gonna be a split vote on a few things. That one's gonna get interesting.
CVB.
No,
No.
task force.
Yeah, the citizen task force.
There's
So,
some very passionate people on that thing, so.
yeah. The
We'll
thing
also
is,
start the review of the, of some other
Yes.
pieces of the code, including massage, which might be
Yeah.
also.
One of Kara's
so
favorites.
the liquor license, that vote has already been taken. So the owners are not going to be back.
I mean, there was a divided vote amongst the task force members, but there was a majority. And it was what
To keep things
what the owners, to keep it
wanted.
the same,
It's
so
what
it
they
was what they wanted. So I expect that there will also be a divided vote on the final approval of this tomorrow night. So it would not have come to you on consent no matter
No,
what,
yeah.
but I feel that
Yeah, no,
The-
because I've heard from the owners.
that the recommendation from the majority of the task force members is to leave those additional requirements in.
The owners left happy.
Huh?
The owners left happy,
Yeah,
and I've
But
talked to
they-
them since, so.
well, but the other thing is that they wanted to make sure.
No, I get that part.
And I fully expect they may be at the council meeting for final adoption, because the council, of course, has the option to make any changes to the recommendations from the task force at that time.
Okay, all right. You. Dan
Me?
K.
You sure you want me to go next?
Well, because I don't know if Kara has anything else. She already reported on DBB.
I have a different update, but that's okay. It can wait.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So this is not strictly an update on a task force, but I thought it was something that our council would appreciate because it's good news.
Oh.
Always good to bring good news. So when we had several meetings
on whether we were going to take the settlement money from the opioid lawsuits. And we talked about the issues surrounding that and some of the language of the agreement on there. And we highlighted how that language and some of the ways that the state could continue to enforce restrictions on patients being able to receive their pain medication. And we highlighted a bill that has been proposed year after year in Minnesota to correct some of those excesses and ease some of the challenges that some of our most vulnerable patients are receiving. And it's those that are specifically within a category of intractable pain, right? It's pain that's not responding to anything else. So all they have is opioids. Like that's it. That's all they got. And yet they were being restricted and doctors were in fear of prescribing and they were dumping patients and so on and so forth that we heard. My good news is, true to his word, Representative Baker did sign on to that bill.
Yeah, he did. And
he did sign on to that bill. The status of that right now, for the very first time, year after year, session after session, these bills have received a hearing.
Nice.
In the Senate, it did pass through the Health and Human Services Finance and Policy Committee hearing. We do have Senator Clausen has championed this, and I thank him for that. Abler signed on, Dram signed on, Eaton signed on, and Rosen signed on. In the House, Bierman, who also Apple Valley has been championing this, was really pushing forward on that bill. And as I said, Representative Baker did sign on. Holland signed on. Representative Munson signed on, and Representative Vang also signed on. That one seems a little stalled in committee. We are hopeful that because the Senate is taking firmer, quicker action on this, that it will become unstalled. And I'm also still hopeful that our representatives here in Burnsville will sign on. I know during that time we were having that conversation in our special session. They were really looking at it, and our representatives and our senator in this area was really looking at it. And so I'm still hopeful that they can sign on to it and kind of put their shoulder behind it as well. The Minnesota Medical Association is coming out strong in favor of it. We have had activists working on this for years, and we have had Clausen and Bierman working on this for years. But I would like to thank this council. I would like to thank everyone that spoke at that council meeting. I would like to thank staff. And I would really like to thank our residents as well, because this would not be going forward without that. So that is something that no matter what happens, you all can feel really good about that, because if this passes, this could have a really good impact on people's lives. The CDC is redoing its standards. They have those up and you can comment on them until, I believe, April 11th. And in response, they have removed the thresholds and caps on prescriptions because they have seen what's happened across this country. And I'm hopeful that when that happens, the bureaucratic arm in Minnesota will likewise alter the administrative guidelines as well. But I want to thank all of you for
Well, I'm
this.
glad we're going to be receiving some of the money that came out of that lawsuit.
We
You're
will.
passionate- you're passionate.
And, but the thing is, what you're saying is that because we held 2 hearings, it highlighted it and brought people, even the Attorney General and the
It is
governor
not
and everybody.
often that an assistant attorney general will show up for a city council
Yeah.
meeting. So believe me, that meeting was noticed and it was noticed and it was talked about and continues to be talked about at the state capitol.
And they are true to their word. They were going to make those adjustments.
Representative Baker
Baker.
is a
He's-
man of his word.
And I trusted him because he was passionate about that because he suffered. He lost a child.
Yes.
So, okay.
Yes. So
Good. I'm
my
glad it's moving
thanks to
forward.
all of you and
Yeah.
you know, you don't get an opportunity at this level of government to have that big of an impact. But this was one of those times where you guys did. So thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I would turn that all back around to you, Councilmember Schultz. You were the one that brought the expertise. And at a meeting where we had 4 council members there, this was an item that was being waived on consent and not even debated or discussed at every city council meeting across the state and probably across the country. But because of your subject matter expertise and the comments that you made, you caused us to take a different direction, which then triggered the debate or the hearing that we had and brought in all those folks, which ended up drawing all that attention. It all started with you and your expertise. Otherwise, it would have been a waiving of a consent agenda item and it never would have happened, which means Mr. Baker and the Assistant Attorney General would never have appeared in Burnsville chambers and had their opportunity to speak and hear all of the comments.
And
from the folks.
the governor weighed in and told me that he would send the people from the Attorney General's office. And that's why those 2 gentlemen were here. So. Okay, Dan K.
Top that, Dan.
Pardon?
I said top that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to do that. That was incredible work and so glad to hear all of those positive things coming out of that. I'm gonna cover TAB first. There's something that in my first year on TAB, representing the suburban transit providers, the Suburban Transit Association, which is MBTA, the 2nd largest transit provider in the state of Minnesota behind Metro Transit, larger than Duluth even, just by a smidgen. And Southwest Transit, Plymouth, and Maple Grove. After sitting on that board for a year and feeling as though maybe there was going to be an opportunity for the STA to present, and that opportunity never came. But I heard month after month updates from Met Transit, Met Council, the MAC, MnDOT, MPCA. I thought, something's not right here. So I think I've shared that with you in the past. So at year end, they sent out a survey, and I took that opportunity to make my opinion known that I felt STA was being shortchanged. And that the STA should have an opportunity to provide an update and or present maybe once a quarter. And the idea, the survey results weren't talked about at our January meeting. So I pushed again and said, when are we going to talk about these? I submitted some well thought out comments and suggestions, and I really want a chance to have time with the rest of TAB and air it out. And they said we're going to talk about that in the February meeting. So we did. And leading up to that February meeting, there was some comments by some Met Council staff trying to minimize what it would be. And I want to personally thank Chair Hovland for stepping up, and he was in that circle of emails, and agreeing with me that the STA needed to provide an update every meeting and also have a chance to do presentations once a quarter. I couldn't have been happier with Chair Hovland. He has been a great champion. He is going to receive an acrylic bus as a champion of suburban transit from the STA. I don't know if he's gotten it yet, but he will receive one, as will our mayor, Couts, who is also a champion of suburban transit providers from the very beginning. The Governor's Blue Ribbon Commission, which they both served on, along with some other folks, the mayor of Savage, who received one, went to bat for us and protected the interests of STA. STA is about, we have 15% of the population of the metro area, but we have a much smaller percent of the total transit operations compared to Met Transit. But all of the growth in population is in the STA areas. It's not in the central core. And we have been shortchanged on funding over and over again by a multitude of different ways. One quick example, we used to be at 6.74% of MVest funding for infrastructure, for buildings, facilities, et cetera, maintenance and upkeep and capital improvements. And that has dwindled to a little more than half of that over the last 20 years. In 1991, I believe was or 2001. Oh no, maybe it was 1991. It was set at that 6.7, and it over the last 3 decades, little by little, it was just shrunk and chipped into by the Met Council because Met Transit had more financial needs. They were greater in debt, and so it was, and they were the bigger, they bought ink by the barrel. We didn't in the SDA. And they basically took control of more and more funds, which has made it more and more difficult for not only the STA members to provide service to their trade area, to support the growth and the transit needs, but also even to maintain our facilities. And so I was thrilled to get an update from all 4 providers in 2 pages of notes. And after Deb Barber, who is the Met Council representative who provides a Met Transit update, I provided an update for the very first time in the history of TAB from the STA, and it was great. The notes I got from the executive directors, and it came through MBTA, was fantastic. They organized it in a great way, and I relayed it and embellished on items that I knew some greater depth in, and I got tons of compliments in the chat string of members across metro, inner city, and suburban members of TAB saying, it's about time. Thank you. That was a great update. I was very impressed. There's so many things I had no idea about STA that I now know about. And so looking forward to the next month. So that was a big win after kind of a long push and a lot of questions and trying to find a path. I finally used that survey to really bring it to highlight. And then I just wasn't going to let up until I got what I wanted. And I just, again, thank you, Chair Hovland, the mayor of Edina, for stepping up and supporting STA. He was great. And he came in right at the right time to just sort of push it over the edge. There was a couple of big presentations at our last meeting, mobility hub planning. Mobility hub planning was about where people can, transportation hubs or transit hubs like bike, walk, scooter, whatever it might be. Similar to, think of the hubs that come out of our light rail system and our bus rapid transit. Now think about that more for pedestrians, people that are not in a motor vehicle or not riding a bus. How can we map out transit hubs? Pardon me, this was something that the Met Council, Met Transit, was putting on. Their initial evaluation of the whole state, of the whole metro area was 7,000 hubs, which seemed almost impossible. But after a massive amount of evaluation, they got it down to 50 to start with in this pilot program that they're pursuing. So the planning is just guiding outcomes using their Thrive 2040 transportation policy plan, hub objectives, and then they're getting input from stakeholders, groups, planning timelines there. So it's a very beginning of a very long, very massive project to really do a better job of planning transit hubs for, mobility hubs. All of the focus prior to this has always been, BRT hubs, light rail hubs, et cetera. this is the first major one that's really focused on mobility, which includes pedestrians, which obviously is we talk a lot about, as we were just earlier, about organizing a sidewalk path that's wide enough to handle both people walking and people in wheelchairs and scooters and bicycles, et cetera. So, and then MnDOT did a quick presentation, not quick, but a fairly long presentation on the IIJA funding scenario. And that was something that I'm sure Ryan would be interested in. Let's see, STA, we had our legislative breakfast, and unfortunately our three representatives, Berg, Hansen, and Senator Port, were not able to make the original one. It had great attendance from across our suburban area with senators and representatives. So we just recently had a follow-up, and Senator Port and Representative Berg were able to make it. Representative Hansen was unable to on that day. It usually held in the morning, and that's a challenge in some cases, but we had great dialogue. We had the STA members, the chair, myself and others, and the executive directors of MBTA, of course, and we had some other members, and kind of went through the whole presentation. That presentation, the PowerPoint, is suited perfectly to bring forward at the legislature for bills that we are advocating for to shore up the funding formulas and ensure that the STA providers get the funding they're supposed to get. I'll just leave it at that. Let's see. I have an update on behalf of because he's not back. Vince sent me a note saying I might not get back in time. Go ahead and Burnsville Festival and Fire Muster. We have 13 board members and 25 volunteer event committee members, and we also have 2 liaisons from the city. Thank you, City Manager Lindbergh, for giving us Amber Jacobson and JJ. We have a new student, non-voting board member, who is joining us at our April meeting. Thanks to Abigail. We talked about it as a board about getting a youth involved from the high school. It is a junior student, and look forward to meeting her and having her involved in our discussions at the board meetings, and it's going to be great. We also have a new international stage from 1 to 7 p.m. on Saturday. It's using the Civic Center Amphitheater. There are going to be 4 performances on that stage during that period of time. And Abigail Alt is heading up a subcommittee task force to vet the 4 performers. And they're doing that as we speak and have for the last few weeks. Very excited about that. She's really just something else. If you're listening, Abigail, you rock. We also have a deal with MBTA for a park and ride shuttle. We've mapped that all out. It's all on our brand new Burnsville Festival and Fire Muster website, which launched a couple weeks back, and just got some updates today.
So are you still calling it Fire Muster? I thought it was a community festival.
It's the Burnsville.
your new brand.
No, it's Burnsville Festival.
Yeah.
And Fire Muster. We didn't completely cut out Fire Muster because there's 41 years of people who know what it is.
41 years of branding.
What we are doing going
still gonna call
forward,
it that anyway.
we're marketing it as the Burnsville Festival and Fire Muster because we want
Because you
everybody
wanted to be
new coming
inclusive.
into, everybody new moving into Burnsville, when they hear Fire Muster, they're confused. What's a muster? And they don't come.
Yeah.
So going forward, we're going to brand it as the Burnsville Festival and Fire Muster. And Burnsville Festival is very predominant in the new logo, which you'll see on the website. I encourage you all to go to it. We'll be able to, I believe the folks coming into our community will see Burnsville Festival and instantly understand what it is. Everybody that's here that has gone to the festival understand it and know it as a fire muster, and it's okay because they've already come. I want to make sure that everybody new coming into our city knows it's a festival and will attend. We also have a new youth area. We're calling it the Zombie Garage Zone. It's the Zombie Board Shop and the Youth Garage. And Sean and Jack are teaming up, and we're creating a really exciting area on the west side next to the skate park and the grass area in front of it. And that's going to start at 4 o'clock on Saturday and run until they're done. But basically 4 to 7 will be very highly organized events. And we're getting all kinds of vendors involved and contests and all kinds of stuff. So there was something incubated the last year we're going to blow it up into something really big, bring in some celebrities, some signings, some demos, and make it, and we're putting food trucks down there. So it's going to have its own area. So the 20 somethings and 30 somethings and teens that are skateboarders or into the youth music, they'll have a nice area to really enjoy and interact down there. And then finally, we're also bringing in some new international merchants and food options. So the lines this year will not be 50 minutes to an hour, no matter where you're trying to get food. It was in my opinion, a poor guest experience last year. The crowds were heavy. The supply side was way too tight. So we're going to open that up and make sure that we have plenty of options for folks. So the theme is more diverse and inclusive. And so the international stage, the international food, the international merchants, and we're also designating, we're working on an area right now within the ICE Center for our Muslim friends to have a place to pray, because the 1 to 7 international stage will cover a prayer period. And we want to make sure that they have an opportunity to go somewhere private and worship. So all kinds of new things. And we've completely relayed out the whole grounds. We just completed that process, moving things around because the gate coming in off of 134th, Mobile Command and the blockade will be after the horseshoe at the Ice Center. And so all the vendors can now pull in. Everyone with mobility issues that want to drop people off can drop them off right in the heart of the festival and pull out and go right on back out 134th. That's also where our transit buses are going to pull into. And they'll loop around from the transit station at 13 and Nicollet and come down Nicollet. They'll make a pickup. If you park your car at the church and you want to ride, instead of walking all that way, you'll be able to jump on the bus and take it all the way, and they'll drop you off in the center. So a lot of exciting things going on. We also have, the last new thing is we're adding music for the craft beer tasting and car show. We have enlisted the old school 191 faculty band to come play. On Nicollet Council. Yeah, I've watched a lot of their stuff lately. So they're going to play for the first time. We'll have music. And then we also have music Wednesday night for the block party on the plaza. And JJ and Amber are taking the lead on organizing that for us. We've brought music, vendors, some other things, and they're going to take it from there and bring in their connections and vendors and displays. And we're going to make sure it is a City of Burnsville block party in Nicollet Commons Park. And I found a 10-piece Latin, it's called the Chico Chavez Orchestra. It's a 10-piece Latin groove band that I can't wait to get out on that stage because it's kind of music that everybody will love and listen to. So a lot of exciting things going on the festival front.
Nice.
That's it. Thank you.
Good. Okay.
A lot of exciting partnerships. I'm sorry. I forgot to say that. The city, our partnership with the city is better than ever. We're embracing, we're working together. Appreciate city manager, interim city manager, sorry. Freudian slip. Lindbergh and his approach working with this entire board with Vince and I has been fantastic. And we're really just opening up all kinds of doors of opportunity to collaborate and make this what I believe everyone believes when they walk in the door, that this is a city festival. It's not some private group's festival. This is the City of Burnsville's festival. And we're going to make sure that we live up to that expectation.
Run by a 501c3.
Run by now a new 501c3. Yes, we applied for our 501c3 and we're now fundraising under a bona fide C3 nonprofit, which the foundations are now very happy about. It's easier to get.
Sure they are.
Yeah. Well, weren't you a 501c3 before?
C4.
A C4.
Yeah. It was a few $1,000 and a lot of time with the lawyers to get her done, but we got her done.
Good.
So new website, new C3, new stuff. It's pretty exciting. We've been working a lot.
Well,
can't wait.
Nice.
I'm so excited for, I don't want to say the Saturday night band because I promised that we would hold back until after the Rotary concert for caring. And then we'll make the big reveal. But we have Johnny Home Band Friday night, and he rocks a big crowd every Friday night when
Yes.
he's there. So, and then Saturday night, you won't want to miss that either. So plan on coming both
And
nights.
I will be in town for this year, so.
All right.
I'll be able to
You'll be
attend.
there.
Good. Okay. So the International Festival is fast on its way. And we are working with, well, Margot is working with different cultural groups. And especially when I think St. Paul no longer has their international festival.
I don't think they're doing that.
Yeah. So a lot of connections are
St. Paul's
being
been making
made.
it difficult for a lot of festivals lately.
Yeah,
Yes, they have, and I don't know why.
yeah.
Did you mention Cinco de Mayo?
Pardon me?
Cinco de Mayo.
No, the St. Paul International Festival is no longer.
Yeah, the Cinco de Mayo, which I believe is under the same roof of the organization, is not going to happen this year for the third year in a row. And I'm talking with some
the people-
Hispanic leaders in that community. They're saying it may not ever come back, which it was huge. We were there every year. Our company
Yeah,
had
they
to
had
bring it. It
those
was massive.
parades and all of that.
Yeah, so I hope they find a way to bring it back.
Yeah.
It was
So our
incredible.
people are working with some of the organizations that were part of the International, St.
Yeah.
Paul International Festival.
So our
and then-
Bristol International Festival could be bigger than ever.
Yeah, so working with all of that and continuing to raise money and doing well in that regard. And we're working well with our staff. This is a group of men and women who are passionate about what's going on, and they're doing a good job about putting the festival together. And then I already reported that the Community Foundation is going to have its strategic planning session coming up here. We only meet quarterly for Savage Burnsville, so we don't have a report there. And with the MLC, I reported earlier that we went and we visited with the governor, and that was good because the things that are important to us is local control and the whole issue that has to do with housing. So the governor stands with us on both those issues. I also brought up the issue of the funding that is coming from the Infrastructure Innovation and Jobs Act that has to do with the broadband and how that's going to be distributed throughout the state, and to not let suburban cities not get any of that funding, because a lot of that, they talk about areas that don't have broadband, but made the point that we, in the metro area, the suburban cities, drive the economy and the of the metropolitan area. So he said, no, that's going to be very much a part of his agenda, is to make sure that because we drive the GDP of Minnesota. So, and he gets that, so that was good. Greg, we don't have anything else. Those were the two big things with regard to the MLC. Like everybody else, they're busy working on the legislative agenda. So you heard from Ann, and so I'm not going to belabor all of that. So that's where we're at. Okay. Greg, anything from staff side?
I don't have anything, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Michelle? Okay, very good. We stand adjourned by acclamation.